stops. I got no alibi. I got no alibi. No alibi. No alibi. What's in your cup? Have to get right up. No, 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 no. Music never stops. I got no alibi. I got no alibi. No alibi. What's in your cup? No alibi. Have to get right up. You have to get right up. Music never stops. I got no alibi. I got no alibi.
Prepare yourself for Overwatch Refresh, a 32-team tournament where players must battle their way for a double elimination bracket to be crowned as champions. Teams will have 2 lives, meaning 2 chances to make it to the grand final and earn your share of the €500 prize pool. Are you ready?
Get out your keyboards and get ready because it's time to hit F5 and refresh. Welcome everyone to the Monkey Bubble refresh. And we're here with some exciting EU Overwatch action. My name is K-Wing and I'm here with Sohav. Sohav, how you doing?
It's a beautiful day. I know it's early for us in the Americas, but meanwhile over in AU they've already been battling. We're going to jump in now at the quarterfinals here. And we've got 2 incredible teams that, I don't think either of us saw coming, or one of them we don't even really know how to pronounce. Forgive us for it, but we've got Picanha version 2 coming in versus Power Clappers here in the first round of our quarterfinal. And both these teams, the Picanha has like a pretty good pedigree behind them. It's hard not to look at that team and just say, all right, this is a team that's going to do some damage. But I think the Power Clappers stand a chance to put up a fight from what they've assembled based on the kind of players you see. They got a member of Team Ireland. They've got some a player from Kiseki no Seidai. So they've got some power pieces in there. This is going to be a pretty interesting matchup, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of individual pieces that we see on the Power Clappers, a team that's trying to form in one way or another for a few months now versus Picanha and their team, Picanha version 2. That team is entirely just Control-C, Control-V, the roster of Team Poland from the Overwatch World Cup. Now, I don't know if you remember the Overwatch World Cup, Team Poland coming out of that with a 1-6 record in the group stage, but they were in a pretty stacked division. Yeah. So now coming in to this tournament, are they going to be able to turn their fortunes around? Because, they are an established team at this point. So,
yeah, at this point, you've got players that you're used to playing around between Fake, Jake, Philly, and who are your known DPS, where I'm expecting that are going to have to do a lot of work in this kind of newer, broader meta. But we're still looking at players like Forever and Flipper, to kind of hold down and be those kinds of shot callers. So, Picanha does have a lot of that kind of unity and that kind of cohesion that you really want in a team. And, like you said, they didn't have a great World Cup run, but that's still something that you can take and build on and work towards, future events and the future World Cups.
Completely. And I think if we've learned anything from a lot of these Overwatch World Cup teams, it's that they are not just done when they're eliminated from the group stage. You've seen a lot out of Team Ireland especially. That's where I've personally got to see Cynex. I'm very excited to see them again today. But Team Ireland and also now Team Poland, for the Power Clappers, you've got Real Dark, Leonix, Cynex, Ikan, and Bonky. So a very wide range of people from Team Ireland to just a very wide range of teammates with a wide range of former teams. You have two Power Dragons players there, but that's about all you can get in terms of former team cohesion.
Well, like Real Dark was playing on Kaseki no Sadie, who has made a pretty solid run, you know, up into the contenders, up and towards open division. So you have a bit of talent behind them. You have some players, and considering we're starting off on Lijiang Tower, it is kind of the default. It is kind of what you'd expect out of a lot of these teams. This is that map that everybody scrimmed. So we're going to get a really fair look, I think, at these teams and just kind of the baseline of their power. It's a pretty open meta. You know, we still see a lot of Orisa, we still see a lot of Sigma, but we're really going to get the chance to really kind of see these players shine on what they feel is strongest and what they feel most comfortable on.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation in the meta right now. You're seeing some people stick to that old Season 6 meta that was, you know, the Sigma Rush composition. You're seeing a lot of Zarya, and there's a lot of new ideas coming through in terms of the meta, in terms of Flashpoint, which is still in the very early stages of the theory crafting. There's so much new that can happen. I mean, I was talking to you before the break about how we saw on the team sheet someone listed their favorite hero as Roadhog. And you said, that's probably a bait. And I was like, I don't know. Because I saw Roadhog do incredibly well. And there are people who will say that Roadhog is pretty well because a lot of the tanks have received those destructive nerfs. But Roadhog has kind of stayed where he is, so we'll have to see what Theory Crafton, what Piacarnia, and the Power Clappers, what they're baking up for us today.
I think I want to expand a little more on something you mentioned, which is the sustainability of the tanks. It's such an important thing considering, like you said, they took a pretty solid hit to a lot of their survivability. So it's really going to come down to those interactions of does the tank, you know, get the support they need from their backline, and do they know and when to go in appropriately. We're going to see a little bit of a different take on both. Picarnia going to opt for that Sigma with the Bastion. Power Clapper is going to move into, looks like more of a similar brawl, possibly that Sim staying, just because we are here and it is easy to get those kind of teleport ins. But, you know, similar ideas, just try to burn down the opponents, try to get in, get through all of those cooldowns and go and get to point.
And already Real Dark engaging onto that backline, trying to find a Kiriko. We can't push through, looking for this Junker Queen as the Axwing comes out. Really very engaged coming through, and it's a Bastion on the other side. Real Dark pushing through now onto the Kiriko. Texel trying to stay alive. Fake Jake just on the edge gets the pick onto Cynex, and Flipper gone. ICAP takes the pick, and Power Clappers find that point.
Yeah. I mean, that's the benefit of the Junker Queen here, right? Is you get a little bit more sustain out of that shout. You get a little bit more speed if you're Lucio. You don't have to sit and wait for the Lucio cooldown to kind of go. And Fake Jake is great, you know, going to set up those isolations. So the team play here, there's so much space control out of Power Clappers that Picarnia has to kind of play around all these various tricks and traps if they want to even get to a point where they can engage.
They have to push in, and the Power Clappers, I mean, they have this Mei on point that can be so deadly. Fake Jake has to Ice Block early, but has this Blizzard online. There's the throw in, and that's going to freeze up 2 on the side of Piacarnia, and that's a fight lost for them. They're just going to clean up another one for Power Clappers.
It was a pretty efficient one too. You managed to get the Amplification Matrix out as well for the cost of Blizzard, so you'll take that. But you, more importantly for the Power Clappers, saved Sound Barrier, you saved Kitsune Rush, and you still have Rampage coming up, so you're in a pretty good spot. You'll have some things opposing you, but realistically, you still have the longer tools in this fight. You know, should the fight go long, it should go in your favor for the Power Clappers. They'll round it to 60%, and this might get them to 80.
Yeah, and it could get them that last fight territory. They got a lot of ults online, and the Kitsune Rush immediately coming out. Walks into the middle, but can't find any picks. The beat is just barely going to land. It's not going to get Aiken, though. And so they're lost in the sauce. They can't find a single thing. ICAV on the top, firing and trying to get their team this win. Can't stay alive for too long. Somehow still up. Gonna use the ult.
The rails too.
Winnable and might just be right about it. Nearly taking out the Sigma. Not gonna dodge the rock. Gets the pick. But gets taken out by the artillery form. It's a scrappy fight. But it is a fight that's gonna be won out by Picarnia.
Oh,
1-0.
And it was just so long. It was 40 ticks on that because they got that around 60%. So that fight went longer than they spot. They even got Blizzard out. It was a great read from Picarnia to just acknowledge, look, they burned through all of their ults. They have nothing left. We have some sustain left here in our Junker Queen and our Lucio. We should still be able to take this and win. We saved ICAB's rails, so we should be able to win this. And that's a great acknowledgement of your team to know when a fight is lost, when something you can still push on, and to acknowledge when your opponent is out of those resources. So great team play and great reads from Picarnia.
Incredible reads, and as we get into the second map, we open the doors and not much has changed on the side of either of these teams. You got the Genji coming in from Fake Jake. That's the only real swap. So now Flipper going in aggressive and is going to get punished for it, but gets the pick on the Synex. Not sure if that's an even trade. The Lucio is so important, but there's the Bastion pushing through, putting in damage onto this Junker Queen, really trying to focus her down, and gets that pick. And that's that first damage from the Power Clapper's composition. Fake Jake gets the pick on the support and is looking to engage on the Bastion, gets the pick. That's 2 for Fake Jake, and Picarnia turns it around completely off of some great play from Fake Jake.
It turns out the Lucio trade for the Mei was in fact worth, and Fake Jake coming in to pick up this Genji really makes sense here. You have the Bastion on the other side. You have so much that you want to deflect. You want to really keep him in check. You want to get into your tank's into Real Dark's face. So it makes sense to bring in this Genji, who already has 70% of a blade. So watch for that coming out in this fight. If they can get that, there's nothing to really pair with it. But you know, at the right time, that can still be very deadly. So watch for Fake Jake.
Yeah, Fake Jake is the player to keep your eye on that top left. We'll have to see if that blade can be pulled early, but you got the overclock that could come in from ICAV right now. There it is, coming over the top, taking out that immortality field, and looking for another pick. Takes out Leonix with the help. ICAV is so elite on this Sojourn, taken out 2.
Ooh. Yeah, no blade needed there. Just a great set of clicking heads from ICAV. Again, just a cheap fight win for Picarnia, and you're happy with that. You have blade, you have Kit Sending Rush, you'll have pretty much everything else going into it. On the other side, Power Clappers are just behind in the economy, and you can tell they just aren't putting out the damage. There's no artillery, and there's no Blizzard, but that is a great opening pick. You can see it. Fake Jake's going to hide for this blade.
The blade is right behind them. They're going to get sliced and diced. Immortality field has to come out to stay alive. There's the rampage from Sylvia, but the immortality field keeps them so up, and the beat sustains them through so many ultimates. Power Clappers have an opportunity to turn this around. Such an investment. Texel really throwing these kunais, looking to stay away from that Bastion. And pushing through. That's a 3K for Leon. What a play. Power Clappers. Incredible support play.
Clap back. I mean, they just clap back, K-Wing. Picarnia thought they were going to have the edge. They were going to try to get that out. You can play aggressively, but you got to make sure you get Immortality Field out first. That is going to be such a detour to everything. And now if you're Picarnia, you're behind. You don't really have many tools. It's a dry fight. Power Clapper still has 2, including the important Blizzard. That's just going to be a fight win if it catches the backline. So really watching that Blizzard land is going to be important for this fight.
And Fake Jake already taking out Leon. There's the Blizzard. Can it turn it around? It'll get Flipper, but this is the only player that'll get themselves frozen up. Sylvia engaging with the Junker Queen and is thrown off the side. What a pick. Leon on this Bastion, thrown in the artillery to take out ICAV, and Power Clappers repel once more.
Yep. I mean, great plays, great reads, great positioning from them. They were able to play into their strengths. They knew they could get the stun into that. So it was pretty costly, though. They'll only have this amp matrix, and they're going to have to position around it. So they'll play a little bit aggressively towards the bridge to try to allow Icon to capitalize on that.
Oh, but Icon can't capitalize on anything. ICAV taken down. Both ults gone on this side. It's up to Cynex and Fake Jake, and Flipper's gonna get that pick. And now it's the Lucio trying to stall out. What a boop to get Bonky away. And Picarnia will take point, and that will be it for them.
Sound barrier committed.
Sound barrier to try and stay alive, but they had a little more time there. That could be a devastating mistake.
Yeah.
They could have used that against the Blade, but it's just not there.
Yeah.
Fake Jake gets 2 and cleans up. Picarnia will take map 1.
Ambitious. An ambitious sound barrier there. I understand what we were trying to do. We wanted to stall at the point, but it was just unfortunate. Like you said, the pressure's on. You're at 90%. You really don't think you can do it, but it was really like a desperate play that just unfortunately didn't pan out. So great read from Picarnia, though. They had a great sense of how everything was going, and a lot of it does come back to ICAV here, who we're seeing with that play of the game. I mean, ICAV with those rails up was absolutely a nuisance. Absolutely just managed to just get through those heads, use the positioning that was allotted to them to make sure they were able to complete those kills, and that is huge, especially behind a Junker Queen in this kind of a brawl comp. It really speaks a lot to their team play to know that ICAV, who should be just kind of hopefully being unbothered in the back, is able to land those shots, speaks to their ability to play as a team.
100%. And ICAV, not only the main pop-off player, you also had Fake Jake coming in with some pretty clutch blades, especially right here at the end with that incredible play catching 2 and just completely cleaning it up. So, I mean, really dominant here from Picarnia.
This is really solid. But that's what you want, right? Like, this is a game now in the meta where your DPS have to shine. This is a point in the game where your tank isn't necessarily going to walk in, make the space, and carry. This isn't Overwatch as we're used to. This is a lot of DPS picking up the slack. So those players, Fake Jake, ICAV, those players are going to be the ones we're watching and looking for in the kill feed, because they are going to be kind of the main instigators to fight wins. When you see them get a pick, when you see them go down, you can kind of look and say, well, there goes a big chunk of the damage and a big chunk of the control that they want to have. So this is going to be a tough fight going in. But, I mean, they're still alive. Picarnia has not closed it out yet. Power Clapper's still got a chance. We're in a best of 3, so we're waiting on our next map as we speak.
Yeah, waiting on that next map, waiting on the choice from the Power Clappers, but I think for these 2 maps, we saw a lot of Rush v Rush. Yeah. So I'm interested if Power Clappers might want to take us to a place where Rush isn't really the lay of the land, if they're going to try and take us to maybe a dive map, or maybe they're going to try and take us to just a map where Rush isn't as good, if they're going to try and take us to an Umbani, to something along those lines, or if they're going to try and improve their Rush composition, maybe match the Jotes.
I mean, that seems like a reasonable shot. The other thing you could do is maybe push us to something like Circuit Royale, where you could force the Rush, but the Poke and the Sigma are just more advantageous. Like, if that's kind of something you really want to do and that's where you feel you're strongest, it's going to come down to looking at what you feel most comfortable in, and considering you've showed us this kind of, considering the Junker Queen kind of got the better of you, you got to adapt to it, and that's just kind of, it's going to be partially in that. But the other question is, there is a couple subs on the bench. I don't know that we'll see them, but both these teams still have their lives. They're both still in the top end of the double elimination bracket, so it's not the end of the world to take a loss here, but it's just not what you want to do.
We do have the map selection in, and it's an interesting one. It's going to be King's Row.
Oh.
That's interesting, because we saw a really solid play. We saw really solid play from Picarnia on this Rush composition, and I'm interested in King's Row, because you'd think that would play right into Picarnia's hands.
I would agree with you. Typically, we're used to seeing King's Row as the home of Rush. But I would make the claim right now, and you can fight me in the chat, but I'd make the claim that King's Row has kind of become a catch-all now in a lot of ways. For the longest time, we were seeing dive onto it. We were seeing a lot of different other playstyles really find effect here on King's Row. So I don't know if this is as much as a you know, like this feels like the comfort pick in a lot of ways. Everybody scrims this, everybody wants to play this. You can still kind of play what you want, but I think what now we're looking at now that we've seen King's Row is how do the power clappers adjust to their comp? Because like you said, the Junker Queen just ran on them. You got to have something to kind of deal with that, and that may mean bringing in a Kiriko. That may mean bringing in an Ano or something a little more individual supportive to kind of help balance out versus the anti versus a lot of the other effects that she brings.
Yeah, I think also you could try and out-brawl her. You could try and play the Rhine, the Ramatra. That might be the idea here with this King's Row pick, is to go onto a map where the Junker Queen might end up getting out-brawled by a Ram, by a Ramatra pick, by a Rhine or Ramatra pick, by a Ramatra or Ramatra pick. But... yeah. That's the question as we wait for this Assemble Heroes phase.
It's, again, this is kind of an odd place in Overwatch. We're used to tanks being, you know, the kind of raid bosses back in the day. You know, you'd go in and as long as you were supported, you weren't going to die. But it looks like we're going to see not much of changing from both sides. And I don't hate it for the most part. This feels pretty much like what you would want to do if this is your comfort pick, if this is where you feel most strongest and what you've scrimmed the most. I do see it, but I think if the power clappers are going to make this work, they're going to have to work to tighten up the team a little bit. They're going to have to work on getting those isolations and finding Silva kind of alone. You make sure they hit those walls and create the defensive, because there's really only the Kiriko or the Lucio to kind of get around and support that. There's no one else from their side that's going to help if the tank gets isolated. So really just tightening up those defenses and tightening up those isolations from power clappers can go a distance here.
That it might, but they'll have to go on the attack first, and they're already taking so much poke damage, and Akon goes down immediately. That's a huge loss for the power clappers, and Tia Carnia is not going to let them out that easy.
No, they're going to even push up and just try to deny it, and that's the kind of problem that this Power Clappers team struggles with. They do have the Lucio for speed, but they don't have quite enough movement. They're really dependent on the Lucio. If the Lucio falls or if the Lucio doesn't have speed, this team is going nowhere.
It really is. They push in with that Bastion comp. The wall goes up to try and isolate, and they'll find the pick onto Fake Jake. But now it's Leon in that Bastion form pushing through. Sylvia pushes in very aggressive and keeps their life for it. One tick through. And now Ekon on the high ground looking to use this window. ICAV caught out on the rotation.
Yep.
Kitsune Rush used late for Piacarnia, and it will be cleaned up.
I wonder if they keep the Kiriko after that. That might have just been because we're giving it up. But I mean, yeah, they were going to give that up. That makes sense. We want the Baptiste. Yeah, it's really hard not to play without an immortality field right now. Just given both of they will. Turns out Picarnia will go over to match. They'll bring in the Sigma. They'll bring in the Bap, and I agree. I think this is now we're back into a poke. Like, there's no reason not to. You want to play for a pick here. It's just two different methods of getting that individual pick. It's the isolation power of the power clappers versus the kind of high, just the burst play from Picarnia. We'll have to see who comes out on top.
Two very high burst compositions, and the Bastion nearly down. Early immortality field. That's a death sentence. But Akon down again for the power clappers. That's a huge pick.
Yeah.
Losing the Baptiste Leon again, as Real Dark is going to struggle without those supports. And there you go, another fight for Piacarnia. No ults needed.
Yeah, hey, if you can save those ults and win it clean and dry, you're more than happy with that. Picarnia is coming into theirs, though. They'll have basically all five coming in, and Bonky only has one sound barrier. They'll have to use Flux defensively here, too, so bit of a toss-up. I'm watching for ICAV, though, because he does have rails, and we've seen how dangerous ICAV has been.
Leon on the artillery, can't find any picks, but it's ICAV taking out Akon again with that play. Blizzard into the back, it's two as well. That's so many ults thrown into the back, but it's going to be the red team. It's the power clappers coming out on top in a scrappiest of fights. Power clappers just barely edge it out.
Yeah. The few more ultimates worked in their favor, and Picarnia will move over and make the full match. Now they're going to bring in the Mei Bastion, and yeah, I don't blame them. The Sojourn, I have put out a great run there, but just couldn't quite do enough on your own. You can't carry it fully. So, you know, the good thing for Picarnia, they do have Flux, they do have a window, so they have a few more tools in the bag. They should be able to put a stop here before B. 3 minutes on the clock means that they still have a long way to hold, though.
They have a long way. That's a
big
great
Mei
wall.
Huge
and
wall.
And it can again to fall first. Sylvia with a 2K, making it 3. What a play from the
Wow. Yeah, remember I was talking about those isolations and how Synex really needs to just tighten those up? That's exactly what you want. Fake Jake nailed it perfectly, set up that Flux beautifully, and that's the team wipe. It was a bit of a costly fight, but that's fine. You'll take it. There's nothing coming up for anybody else. You have the Ant Matrix, so now it's just getting Texel into position to help capitalize on this, because that is going to be the easiest way. Get the Bastion in, get that burst damage through that bonus window, and just hold.
Oh, they're using it early. Power Clappers on the high ground can pretty effectively kite this out. Just wait up top. And that's that big ult gone for Picarnia. And they're coming up on the amplification matrix of their own, but they don't even need it to take out ICAV. Synex with a great shot. And the Immortality Field gone. Synex pushing through. Finds a split over on one member over on the right, as they're just going to be chased down. Neon goes down. That's a bit for Picarnia, but they need to find just a bit more, so they can't keep pushing through. Blizzard thrown into the tail end of this fight, and it'll secure them some picks onto Sylvia, but Real Dark's going to get traded out. It's a 1-to-1, and Texel is alone over on the side. They're going to chase him down, but it's going to be Synex who falls first, and Akid goes down somehow, so Picarnia pulled this out.
I mean, Texel was just left alone. He was pretty safely covered on that kind of far end of the road there, so not really contested. You could see they kind of realized, wait a minute, the supports have just been kind of sitting free healing, and that's what really kept Picarnia up, is that they were just able to keep the rest of the supports up. They're gonna drop this in early, try to get some chip damage before the fights. But I mean, they have Sound Barrier, they have Blizzard, they have the aggressive tools to win the fight. There's only, I mean, oh, never mind. Cav just did 3 with a bomb. Oh, never mind. We don't need anything else here. Yeah, let's get out of the fight for Real Dark.
What a bomb through the window.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, who needs a Blizzard when you can just hit 3 with a grenade through that wall? Yeah, and you can see it. Cool him down. Cool him down. He's hot. He's too hot right now for ICAV. He's got it. He's on fire right now, because you got to applaud that. You now have 3. Like, that's a huge fight win. You've stalled a bunch of time off the clock. It's 40 seconds. Now you have Blizzard, Flux, and a Sound Barrier. Everything is going your way. It's Picarnia's fight to lose.
Yeah, I mean, Bonky's beat has to be massive here. But there's the Blizzard thrown right into the back line. It'll freeze up too. The beat has to come out just to keep them alive. It can't be there for the Flux. And that is a easy fight win for Picarnia. And that'll be a clean round. With 12 seconds left, I don't think we're going to see any amount of stun or stagger in from the Power Clappers. They're going to have to try. It's the rollout from Real Dark. Keeps us in overtime, but they'll have to get out of dodge. Aiken, though, finds one onto Fake Jake. That's already a good opening. They need to keep this overtime alive, and that's 2 down already. Synex has this Blizzard, will throw it in, but they'll need a big play if they want something here. They get to pick on ICAV. Can they find Texel? They find Texel! That's 2 for Synex, but it's still not enough. They need more. Synex takes out Flipper. Gets stunned by the accretion, taken down, but Picarnia has fallen. The Power Clappers dig in.
Still not over yet, though. There's going to be one last shot. It's going to be in the neutral. Texel is coming into an Ant Matrix. That's going to be the only difference that's going to be making it. If he can get some value on it before the last touch hits, they should be able to control the space.
Yeah, the Tracer has to blink into touch. There's the amplification from Texel, putting out so much damage, but Synex gets to pick on the Fake Jake. The new virus ability doing gangbusters for Picarnia. Fake Jake going down is not good. Flipper gone. Big stun onto 2 of the Power Clappers. It's just a little bit more left. Sylvia gonna take down Aiken. Staying alive. Has the support of Texel, but can't find anything. The Power Clappers got a miracle fight win, but it will not be a second. They do take out ICAP. It might not be over for them, but with that ult, that'll steal it.
Yep.
Just at the end. But those extra few meters, I'd argue, are really important.
Absolutely. I mean, every meter counts here, especially on Kings Row. We've seen teams win from just getting the cart to completing multiple times around, and every meter counts, especially when those last fights are as scrappy as that, and all it takes is one rogue ability or ultimate to really kind of turn a fight. You're 100% right here. We were questioning, what's the plan here for Power Clappers? Are they just going to continue to do their thing? Yeah, it turns out they're going to do their thing, and it's gotten them this far. It's gotten them to the quarterfinals, but Piacarnia, they've shown that they can do it as well. They're bringing out, they're matching, and they are just fine, showing that they understand this comp as well. I wonder if they will also sit on it. It looks like they are going to stay for that Scylla is showing the Sigma, so I have to assume that after these opening Widow shots, they're just going to match here because they feel like they're winning. They feel like they've managed to put their foot down and get the stop, and they feel like they can do the same on the attack, and I don't disagree giving out what they've shown.
Yeah, Fake Jake might also look to put out a bit of burst damage at the start. But with the Sigma comp, Piacarnia has had a big push through, has had a big advantage. So we're looking for that to continue. 113.2 meters, all the standings between Piacarnia and match point. Here we go. Opening shot, ICAV cannot find an early head, so it looks like we're going to see Fake Jake roll out. It's a double sniper composition from Piacarnia, an interesting play. So Power Clappers, they're going to get isolated immediately. Silvio nearly going down. Texel has to use Immortality Field to keep them up. Fake Jake finds the shot onto Leon, and still the snipers are going to play so well. From Power Clappers. I mean, they just take them out.
Yeah. I mean, considering Power Clappers want to create an isolation and want to capitalize, the easiest way to get around that is just not to give them anybody to isolate, right? Your snipers are never going to be in range where they're going to get run on by the Mei. Sylvia is going to be the only one that might get caught, but you have double support. He's double pocketed, so there's nothing to worry about, and it's a great easy take, giving them 5:30 on the clock. Power Clappers will make the swaps, though. They'll match and change it up. They'll bring in a Genji and a Sojourn to bring it around, and it's going to be a slower map this time around. It means we're going to play for a lot more pick value and a lot more individual play instead of trying to win on brawl tactics.
Yeah, and it's a lot more poke for Piacarnia, and this is where you're going to look for the big hold. Is this archway? Power Clappers need to drain time off the clock with this choke. With the windows early through, Bonky's going to go down immediately. The damage too much, and Fake Jake with 2. Piacarnia have baked quite a treat for us today.
Ooh, yeah. That is a tough spot to get through, especially because Power Clappers denied pretty much most of their entry points, but Piacarnia just managed to break through. They'll have a flux, they'll have sound barrier. I mean, they have the answer to everything on the other side. It's just going to come down to how does Bonky build theirs now. Looking ahead, because there's 5 up for first 4 up for Piacarnia. They have all the tools there. So again, endings in sight. They just got to make sure they don't overlap.
Early ult from Aiken that they're going to get lifted into the air and taken out. Fake Jake another. The Bob thrown in. Piacarnia, they let a bit through on the attack, but it is going to be a solid push. Bonky just has to push in, has to try and get that last touch, going to beat to keep themselves alive, but it will only last for a little bit. Yeah. And Piacarnia will take map 2 dominant form, not even stopping for a moment.
Nah, not a fight lost to be seen for Piacarnia. And that's what you need to do, right? You need to be able to keep that flexibility. You need to be able to keep that ability to play and chain those fight wins together. And you have to look to players like Ikev, who just has been a phenomenal DPS across multiple heroes. You don't think typically, we all kind of shun the Bastion. We all kind of look at him as like a cheese pick. But let's be real. Bastion's here to stay. He's here to play. And he has to be a force to be reckoned with. And I mean, it's just kind of the way it's been is that Ikev has been enabled to be that force of will.
Yeah, and I think also that combo is something I've seen more and more in the past few days, is shooting that right click, that sticky bomb through an amplification matrix is a deadly combo. I saw a 4K the other day, and now a 3K from iCav, who has shown themselves to be incredible on the Bastion, on the Ashe, on so many different heroes. It's incredible to see from Picarnia, and I can't believe they went the double sniper on the attack and made it work.
I mean, with a performance like that, it's easy to say. It'd be easy for me to say, of course they made it work. They're just that good. But I mean, realistically, yeah, it was a bit unorthodox. So kudos to them. They'll go on into the semifinals. Picarnia will be playing Timeless EU, which I believe will be our next game. Power Clappers are still in it. They're going to drop down to the lower bracket, so they're going to be fighting for their lives for now. But I mean, this is going to be, if you've been just jumping in, this is a great set of teams that we've got here, a great set of players, and all of them really just showing us what it means to be playing some good Overwatch in the current meta.
Completely. I mean, what a showing from Picarnia moving on here. And for Power Clappers, they still do have that life remaining, but we're gonna watch these guys move on. So we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more exciting Overwatch action for you. So don't go anywhere. Don't change the Twitch channel. We'll see you soon. And welcome back. Thank you for sticking with us through this extended break. But we've got a very exciting match coming at you live. We have got the Strawberry Stranglers versus the Grill Masters. Now, if you're an Overwatch fan, you might not recognize those team names, but you're gonna recognize some of the names on the rosters. It is a who's who of EU contenders talent. Starting off with the Strawberry Stranglers.
We've got Chase Torch, Yoko, Alexi, Zirion, and Anj, who, if you're looking and you're like, Strawberry Strangers sounds familiar. Yeah, there's the core of the Raspberry Racers here with a couple of other special guests. So, it's hard not to talk about a lot of these players. They've been around the scene. They are noted contenders players. These are guys looking for homes at the next level and continuing to show off their prowess. So there's a great core here that just kind of recently struggled to find that success in the most recent round of contenders. So does it really surprise anybody this team is in the winter semifinal?
I don't think it surprises any of us at all, but their opponents also an elite squad and also a team who you might recognize a few names on. We've got the Grill Masters, and of course the Grill Masters are coming out of they're a bit hot right now, but
yeah.
I feel like they're sheer cold. That's a lot of sheer cold people. You got NKZ. It wasn't even a pun, is the worst thing.
Yeah, no.
You got NKZ, Zizadal, Will, Yoham, and Strebber. So you have a lot of the sheer cold faces there. I believe I only don't recognize Will from that. From
Will's
the
the new one.
starter. Will is the new one here, but that is NKZ, Zizadal, Yoham, and Strebber are all contenders level talent. So you have a lot on the line. You have some elite names, elite faces, and I am so excited to watch this clash because these are two contenders teams that struggled a lot in the summer series, but they're looking for a bit of a turnaround right here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is that chance, right? This is that off season. We're kind of, I'm not going to speak whether we're going to get more contenders action. I couldn't even pretend to know if we did. But, in that case where we're looking for what's next for Overwatch, these are all some of the players that you are likely to see near the pinnacle of it all. So, we're kind of blessed here to get this kind of great action in the semis. And the only unfortunate thing is that one of these teams is going to have to lose and go down and take a life loss and fall into losers bracket. So, I mean, it's going to be tough to say. I couldn't tell you the last time we saw Sheer Cold play Raspberry Racers. I'm sure there's a result somewhere, but off the top of my head, I don't have it. But these wild card players are really going to be ones I'm watching for. Like you noted, Will, these couple pickups that really have brought it into the team are going to be the ones that I'm watching because there's great cores that understand the game and know how to play. And it's now just figuring out how did the rest of these players we're bringing in slot in.
Yeah, I was able to find that previous result that happened on the 10th of July, and it was a 3-0 the way of Raspberry Racers. However, I will say that these are two different rosters. They're not completely... They have some changes. They put on a fresh coat of paint, but the core is still quite the same. So I would give a slight advantage here to the Strawberry Stranglers, but I think with the Grill Masters, with them keeping a lot more of that core intact and only bringing in one kind of new fresh face, maybe, just maybe, we'll see a victory for the Grill Masters.
Fingers crossed, but we do have map, I believe. So let's go see where we're gonna go because it turns out we will be starting on Samoa. We get the new map today, so there's a little bit of a treat for everybody. Hey, this is like I said, this is a bit of the question mark, right? Like not everybody's figured this out. We've seen the kind of play to it. We've seen kind of what it can do or how it can go, but we realistically don't know if there's no preset metas. You kind of know what's coming with Li Zhang or even parts of Ilios. But this is going to be a bit of a toss-up. Let's see who's been scrimming. Let's see who's been working the new map since it's come out.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This is the first time that I have seen Samoa competitively. I've played it, I believe, a few times, but I think both of us are coming in. We're flying a bit blind here. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know too much about this map and what compositions are going to thrive here, but I mean, someone was cooking up something. We'll see if the Grill Masters were frying up something delicious or if the Strawberry Stranglers are making something sweet.
I mean, I fully believe that, and I've heard this in the depths of the discords, but I've heard somewhere that this plays kind of similar to Ilios, where everybody has different things based on the maps. You're going to play one or two similar to Well. You're going to play a couple different based on everything. So I wouldn't be shocked if we did see a little bit of the variation. Everybody has their favorite heroes. So we've seen Sigma be a really tour de force tank, kind of leading and rounding out the poke comps, but if there's ever going to be a place where we see something bizarre like the dive or Rhine Rush comes out, this is EU. You can never write that off. If we're going to see something like that, this would probably be the map where we get our first look at it. Especially considering some of the maps, they're very surrounded. The map name in particular escapes me, but the one that plays down into more of a pit. I sure don't want to go in there if there's a Rhinehammer swinging in my face. So maybe today's the chance we'll see that.
Perhaps. I mean, as well, when you don't know the map particularly well, not saying these teams do, maybe since the end of Contenders, all that both these teams have done has just been scrim Samoa over and over again. But with the map type being a bit unknown, you might see these teams default to the more quote-unquote simple compositions that don't require as much coordination, as much map knowledge, like that Reinhardt Rush, like that kind of Death Ball-ish composition, where the general strategy is play as a group, be Death Ball, rush at other Death Ball, and do not die.
Yeah, I mean, after all, Goats never really died. It just evolved and changed and mutated and everything else. So, especially here in EU, right? Like this is the home of Rush. We know that EU loves to play Rush metas. So it's even looking at our last map, we saw Junker Queen, we saw those kind of Jotes, and we saw that try to find some success in it. But I think Samoa again, it's going to be like you said. I think there's a chance you do want to do that, but there's still that chance. Well does play like Volcano. You can get those boops. You can play that. So if there's somebody feeling really cheeky, has that Brig, has that Lucio, maybe we see the hog hooks. Who knows? But it's again. So like you said, are these teams aren't scrimming this 24/7? We don't even know if we have we agreed to the community that this is a good competitive map yet. Like, do we even know? So a few question marks hanging around this. I think that makes it more interesting though, because it means that this is anybody's game. Because we're kind of in a way along for the ride. We're gonna have a look and we're gonna be able to break it down and look at it. But it's not so by the books like a Circuit Royale or like a Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I mean, those maps, especially those that have been around since the start of Overwatch, they're pretty.
Volcano. Speaking of,
but I mean, like we were talking about, this is a pretty unknown map, and I'm very excited to see what these teams bring out for us, and it's going to be a pause and a disconnect immediately.
Look, I can work with this. All right, Girl Masters are running what we've seen. Checks out. I see nothing wrong with that. Strawberry Strangler is showing us a Ramatra, though. Showing us Ramatra Reaper. I don't know that stays, but I want to talk about it anyways, because why not? Reaper has been very, very low in a lot of people's eyes recently. He's not the tank buster. He doesn't chew through a lot of the teams that like he used to in previous days when we saw him with Zarya. So I do think there is something to be had between Ramatra and these kinds of ram rushes, right? Like there's a way that you can make these work. Ramatra got a little bit of a buff. He's still not where he was before, but that reduction to the just throwing hands really does much. It's 1 second. It doesn't sound like a lot, but throwing hands 1 second faster goes so far. Yeah, it's going to be a 5-man from the side of Strawberry Stranglers. I do think that works. Like they just have the power to run down and self-sustain themselves versus anything there. This is going to be an interesting match because Strawberry Stranglers will move quickly to get on the Girl Masters. So Girl Master's going to have to position a little bit differently. They'll bring in the Bastion, and Bastion's going to have to do a lot of work considering how much is just running at him.
Yeah, I believe actually we do have a bit of a mix-up here. The Strawberry Stranglers are the one with Chase Torch on. So we do have a reversal here. So Strawberry Stranglers in the red like strawberries, and red like the blood of Alexi on the ground there, because that was a quick headshot onto Will. What a shot. And now the Grill Masters trying to just trying to just push through. But it's Chase Torch and the members of it's Grill Masters who are gonna take that first point. NKZ and Ilpi really charging up this Coalescence incredibly quickly, nearly there in already, and that's gonna be that Coalescence thrown out really early. Really good pressure gonna be exerted with that healing and the damage. NKZ gets that pick. It's a back and forth, but Grill Masters are ready and raring to keep this going. They have the point captured. Flux comes in from Chase Torch. It'll lift the ram into the air, but the block comes through. Strever is going to get booped off the map. Anj takes two. Anj with three. And the Lucio will just rain destruction. That's a 4K for the beatboxing legend.
I mean, hey, we said it was a viable option, is just to play for the boops, and they worked for them. You know, Grill Masters have this, like I said, this aggressive comp out of Grill Masters. They're getting a little split up here. You saw the Moira trying to find and heal the low targets. You can't afford to play that split up. The second you get broken from each other and break the death ball is when your team doesn't work. The Blizzard will kick it off. They'll have Sound Barrier to back it up. This should be a good spot for them.
Two frozen up. The beat won't save Yoko. It decides it all to take the first. It's the Blizzard from Will. Freezes up the Ramatra. NKZ is going to burst down. It's a trade for the tanks. It's going to be a scrappy fight on the point. And the flip going the way of the Grill Masters. Our team in blue. But the Strawberry Stranglers. There we go. There's the flip. Still trying to push through. Still staying alive. On the Lucio, playing cheeky, looking for boops. This is the Coalescence from Ilpi, gonna get stunned up. Death Blossom into the back and decides it all to go down. The heals will be immediate. Anj takes the pick, and that is two big players gone for the side of the Grill Masters. And the Stranglers will quickly recap point.
It was a solid aggressive look. You saw the big play. Zydal saw the play of the game and went for it. It was the right read, but you didn't get Immortality Field out, so unfortunately punished for it. Yeah, Grill Masters have kind of just unlocked the hyper rush here. That's what they're looking for. Again, they just need to stay together and keep it going. It'll be the Annihilation versus the Flux here, and if NKZ can get in position and stay supported, they should win. There's just more sustain for him if he gets into position to catch a couple people out.
There's the Annihilation from NKZ, gonna be supported fairly well, stunned up, but putting in a lot of damage, and gonna get burst down courtesy of Yoko, and the Bastion will fire through, I believe, another 4K for the Strawberry Stranglers.
Yeah, I mean, the Bastion is really the linchpin of damage for the Strawberry Stranglers. You need to get that out, and unfortunately for the Grill Masters, they just spent everything those last couple fights. It's 75%, meaning we're coming to last fight now. And Strawberry Stranglers have Blizzard, they have Sound Barrier, and they have Artillery. They have the tools to close this out here.
Completely, and the Blizzard thrown out immediate. It doesn't get a single freeze on the side of the Grill Masters. That's a great ult gone off the side of the board. Now Will, 99% to the Blizzard as we flip up through. Blizzard thrown in. Will, it needs to be big here. The beat to keep them alive. It gets the Baptiste though. Immediate burst down. Yoko as well. And that Blizzard might have just saved Grill Masters. And that's going to be their flip. They're going to push through. And now the shoe's on the other foot here, so.
Yeah, that was a costly fight for Strawberry Stranglers to lose. And they'll only have Zirion's window coming into this versus Death Blossom versus Coalescence. The sustain is there for the Grill Masters across the board. They just have the bulkier comp, and Zydal's going to try it again. Has to find somebody. That's an aggressive play. Gets walled up. No, catches two, though.
Gets the Baptiste! Gets the Baptiste! And that's an actually huge play. There's gonna be an overtime push through because of that touch, but the Wick will burn. Anj can't even tap. And that's round one, going 100 to 99 in the favor of Grill Masters.
A great read to play aggressively from them. It was, again, a great play from Zydal to try to go in and just spend that. You're hoping you can get at least one, and the Baptiste was the one you're looking for. The Baptiste is the linchpin of keeping everybody up here in the World of Sustain, so just great decision-making from the Grill Masters to push ahead there. We'll come on over to Beach now. This is the one I was thinking about when it came to, it's down. You really do have kind of the bad angle to contest the point, so we'll see what changes come through. Grill Masters are going to pick up the Sigma here as well. We'll see if they stick to that 5-man. It worked well for them, and I do like it. I think if you're going to play that Brawl comp, if you're the Grill Masters, you need to be as all-in as you were. I'm not sold on the Sigma, but I want to be proven wrong because I liked that Ramatra so much. But prove me wrong here, Grill Masters. Show me the Sigma works too.
Yeah, can NKZ bring it on the Sigma? Gonna have to face off against Chase Torch. That's two different rollouts are going to be happening. It's going to be Stranglers rolling out toward the point. As it's a flip around. Lots of pressure coming in. NKZ looking at this poke between Sigmas as those Hyperspheres flying left and right. There's the aggression. There's that speed. NKZ jumps in onto the back line, but cannot find the distraction. Sizadal goes down, and that's a big pick. Yoko, really great there. Will trying to find that pick. Gets the headshot. Can they finish the deal? Yoko so low goes down. Will has a chance for the Grill Masters, opening it up. Finds the Baptiste. Can they get the pick? It's not enough. Has to use that freeze. Chase Torch takes out NKZ. Now looking at this Reaper. Finds the support. And that is the Grill Master is going to be flipped over, and the Strawberry Strangler is taking point.
You're happy with 25, though. You got what you wanted out of it. It was, considering they tried to play it like a rush comp for the Grill Masters, they got the success they wanted. They got the point, and they built up quite a few ultimates. They're behind in the Blizzard, though, so Strawberry Stranglers will have Sound Barrier, and now that they'll have Sound Barrier and Blizzard, like, they are just in a better position from all the damage they were able to clean up there, even though they're building that percentage. So it'll be commit what they need to.
Coalescence early from this Moira. Zerion nearly going down. The Flux in the middle lifts up the Sigma, dodges the accretion, nearly takes them down, but NKZ stays alive. Amplification Matrix blocked off by the wall. Chase Torch finding the picks, and the Strawberry Stranglers are, well, they're scrappy on point, but it's not enough for the Grill Masters. They're finding some picks, but it's just not enough.
No. I will say the Strawberry Stranglers have been a little bit more efficient on their target selection. You can see they're focusing out Illipi and trying to really make sure that the healing isn't there to keep everybody up. It's a tough comp because everybody has a lot of sustain, especially with Blizzard and the Reaper ult coming in.
Yeah,
the
both
walls.
Blizzards, the walls. Alexi gonna be panini pressed, and that's two picks for the Grill Masters. They have something going here. NKZ, another one over top, and NKZ to find a second. And there's a quick flip for the Grill Masters.
Quick and cheap, too. All it cost was Blizzard. You're pretty happy with that. You saved Sound Barrier for later. You still have your Reaper ult. You're in a pretty good spot. There's nothing against it, so Zydal could be the hero here. Has to just get a sneaky position, catch. If they can catch the Baptiste out, it's a fight win. So that's who I'm watching right now, is those two.
That Reaper needs to be big, but Yoko's with the overclock. We've seen some big ones already. Can we find another, as this is a tight choke? There's the Death Blossom into the back. The Immortality's gone, but can't find a pick. The beat has to come out just to keep Sizadal alive. But there's Zerion gone. Will burst down, but you lose your Baptiste. Overclock from Yoko. Nearly finds the pick onto Strebber, but Strebber stays up, stays alive. Flux into the air. Dodges the accretion. Beat in from Anj. Ippy on the side, just trying to pump in some healing with that Coalescence. Stays alive, takes out Chase Torch, and the Grill Masters stay upright.
I mean, neither team can really just chain these fight wins together. They're really just struggling no matter what they throw at it. It just kind of falls short, and unfortunately, Xylitol just didn't get didn't get Immortality Field out. So it's going to be a clean fight here. We're going to see Immortality Field. We're going to see a couple coming in for Strawberry Stranglers. They have the advantage. If they take this fight early and build their ultimates faster, they should be able to win this out and take the point, keep themselves alive.
NKZ, though, does have that Flux online. So that's the big ult for the Grill Masters. That's what they're placing their hopes on. That's the Flux lifted into the air. Accretion comes through, can't keep it alive. And that's Chase Torch gone. It's an even trade for Will. 4v4, Blizzard
Oh,
thrown
Blizzard goes
in.
wide.
The point is, the Blizzard can't get anything, but the flip comes in for Strawberry Stranglers. Can they even touch? It's going to be a contest. Strapper takes out Zirian. Ilpi goes down. That's main support's gone. It's just the Lucio's on the point, but there is Strapper gone. No supports for the Grill Masters, and they won't be able to keep it going for that much longer as the Strawberry Stranglers answer back in kind. Blizzard thrown in, but there will be no one to follow up, and we're going to round 3.
It's truly just a sad, cold blizzard out there to try to heat it up. But it was scrappy, like you said. Both these teams just coming out in moments, throwing haymakers, and committing ults into fights that they should be winning, just not quite coming up. I'm not sold on the Sigma adaptation. I understand what we're doing. We're trying to make sure we can play a little bit more defensively. Thank you, NKZ. You heard me. I don't know if you did. I'm going to take full credit for this swap back, just saying. But I agree with this. I think this is the right call. Ramatra just gives you much more stability, allows you to play more as a unit and go in. And I think that the Girl Masters agree. They found success on point 1 as we're going to head over to our final point on this, which is, oh goodness, I had it, downtown. We're going to head to downtown, and they agree with me. This worked on map 1. Let's run it back and do it again. Strawberry Stranglers, they're going to keep playing what's worked for them on the last map. I just need to see the Girl Masters just run it down and make it, and just get all 5 onto someone.
We'll have to see if they can do that as NKZ jumping in, ready, uses that swirling vortex, and already really using the Nemesis form, draws out the Immortality Field early. Aggression is the name of the game from NKZ. Alexi nearly going down, and Ilpi just pumping out the heals to sustain this aggression. But Strapper's already gone. A headshot from Zirian takes him down. Yoko staying alive, looking for the headshot onto the Reaper, but misses it entirely. Ilpi with the Coalescence. It's so fast, though. It's so incredibly fast from this Moira. And there's Grill Masters struggling. The flip going to the Strawberry Stranglers.
They had the good target selection. You could see them trying to get onto Zirion and get out Immortality Field, but they just couldn't follow up. So much was committed. Already we're committing a Flux. Wow, we're trying to keep these stragglers out.
Yeah, and it allows them to push in on this Ramatra and on the May. Will does get a pick on the Chase Torch. That's what all goes down. It's a 50-50 here, but it's just not enough. Strawberry Stranglers just take time away from the Grill Masters.
Yeah, I mean, that was the right read. They know they can't let them get to a full 5. Once this full 5 of Grill Masters is in a ball, it's basically over, and then it's just playing defensively and kiting and holding on to your resources as long as you can. They do have their tools, though. They have Sound Barrier, they have Blizzard, so they can play into this aggression. I want to see the Strawberry Stranglers use that aggression against them.
I do too. Will going incredibly low. Blizzard thrown in over top. You have the Death Blossom for Zizadal, going to use it in the back line. Immortality Field gone, and so does Alexi. Zizadal, the beat on the Blizzard.
Ooh.
Chase Torch devours it, taking the pick onto Ilfi as well. Chase Torch with 2 to clear up for the Strawberry Stranglers. Chase Torch, elite.
Ooh. I mean, it's good eatings. If you can eat a whole Blizzard, that's a fight save right there. So 71% in climbing. Coming into match point, Girl Masters are holding onto Annihilation and Sound Barrier. There's nothing across from them. Surely, third time is the charm and Girl Masters take this. There's nothing in their way. They should just be able to run down with the help of NKZ. If they get him into position into a crowd, this should be game over, and they should be able to stay alive.
And Strapper's beat as well could be a really good thing to hold for this Gravitic Flux that could come up in the middle of the fight, as there's the Coalescence in and the Annihilation in the back. NKZ swinging his fist left and right and gonna hit 2-point cap for the Grill Masters.
Yeah, you're fine with that on both sides. Girl Masters, you want it for a relatively cheap Annihilation, and Strawberry Stranglers, you know you're one fight away, so you're pretty content with that. The rest of, it was cheap, it was dirty, and it was quick, so it'll be a Flux for Chase Torch. It's probably not getting committed. I can't imagine you're going to commit this. I don't feel you have the tools unless you get the first pick, so okay.
Strebber early beats, even though they probably tracked, but there's the pick onto Zirian down. NKZ with 2 in the Nemesis form, and we'll get a stacker onto Alexi. 3 picks for the Ramatra.
Yeah. A great identifying. Just they know their win condition now. We just need to let Zirion not play the game, get out Immortality Field, and we can win this. That's a great read. That's exactly what they need to be doing. But Will got found out here. This is that wild card we were looking for. Already gave up Ice Block. The May could go down here, and that's a Blizzard gone. They'll commit it.
They'll throw in the Blizzard. I don't think it'll get a single freeze. Blizzard's in from Alexi. NKZ gone. It's the beat to keep them up, and Grillmasters just taken onto the brink, but could not find a single headshot. Couldn't find it, and now no one will be there to stall, and that will be a win for the Strawberry Stranglers. Map 1, Samoa going their way.
Strawberry Stranglers just managed to survive that death ball just running at them. NKZ, well-deserved play, but I mean, it's just kind of been the difference maker, right? I kind of commented earlier that tanks are in a bit of a struggle spot, but getting your tank to stay up and keep the pressure on everybody else is really important, especially for these higher level players and teams. They understand that the Sigma, the Ramatra, can't fall. You can't let that front line fall, and you can't let them get around you. So they're playing really well into that knowledge and using that effectively. I do think that Strawberry Stranglers, you know, they're a little bit more. They're adapting quicker. You can see how they've changed even from this is map 1 of Volcano. They were starting on what we expected to be the meta, but the slow adaptions come through and really show why they are at this level of team.
Yeah, I mean, this is elite Overwatch. We've seen incredible plays from every single player, whether that be the obvious, big ticket positions of the tanks and the DPS, to even plays from Ilpi, from Anj, from Zarian as well. All of these incredible players who have just shown how elite they can be. I mean, Anj picked up a 4K on the Lucio. Yeah. That's incredible from them.
That's some Reddit Lucio level nonsense, and you'll have to see it. But I mean, the supports have it the hardest, right? And when you think about it in a lot of ways, I commented earlier that Zirion really just needs to not be allowed to play the game if the Grillmasters are going to stand a chance of winning. And that's been, you can see it, they're trying to get on. That's really where they've been kind of struggling, is they go in thinking they have it. They think, all right, we've got Zirion cornered, but they never pull out Immortality Field, and that's been a key to, unfortunately, their plans coming up short. Getting Immortality Field out will help the Grillmaster so much more, and if they can get past that, we've seen them run people down. We've seen them find those kinds of team plays where they can keep everybody up, slow the aggression, wait for the rotation of speed boost, and go. So this is far from over. It's just now figuring out what do we need to do as we're waiting for map 2, and what adaptations do we need to make.
Yeah, I think the Ramatra was a very good choice there for the side. I just think it was such a good choice. And
I agree.
The Sigma, it worked well, but I think the Ramatra was just a step above. And we do have map 2, and it is going to be King's Row.
Yeah. Surprising absolutely nobody, we're going to Kings Row again. I mean, it makes total sense. Like, if you want to run, if your goal is just run into everybody, Kings Row has always been kind of the gold standard for that. And I do think that the Grillmasters, like we said, the Ramatra is the right pick. You're going to run this 5-man. You want to push the Reaper. You want to push the May. This is a good map for it. There's not a lot of high ground to contest. You can get your positions. You have some sneaky angles for your Death Blossoms and your Blizzards if you want them. But I think more importantly, it is just like their strategy can work more effectively here. It makes more sense. I do think that the Strawberry Stranglers, though, if my memory serves me, I'm going to double check my... Okay, now, we had a Sojourn, we had a Kiriko. We've seen, the kind of dive heroes here, and that's where they can get around. These flankers can do a lot of damage, so really trying to stay unisolated for the side of the Strawberry Stranglers is going to be their key to success coming into Kings Row. Making sure they can get everybody out, keep your movement abilities, and keep yourselves alive.
We do also have a substitution as Yoham going to come in for Ilpi, so that Moira going to be swapped out on the side of the Grill Masters.
Okay. Yeah, so that makes sense.
I agree with that. I think that's pretty understandable. You're going to try and swap out Ilpi on the Moira for potentially a Baptiste, potentially a Kiriko. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, I see nothing. It checks out. I see nothing wrong with that. Yoham is known for their Baptiste, so like this makes more sense. And if anything, your Girl Masters, you just realized how important Immortality Field is. You just got punished by it. You had ultimate shut down by it for several of the last fights. So it makes total sense. You know, we see Brawl eventually start out. It always kind of starts out with Lucio Moira and then evolves into Lucio Baptiste or Lucio X when we look at that. So this is like the normal evolution. It also does tell me that maybe they're going to slow it up. Maybe they're going to bring out something entirely different here, because you do like the Baptiste, you do like to rush. It was successful, but there are sight lines. Maybe you're going to bring in more of a mid-range poke comp.
I mean, we saw it work in match 1. We saw that Sojourn Ashe composition work out fairly well for our quarterfinal teams. Perhaps in the semis, it will work just as well, but we'll have to wait and see as we get into the beautiful streets of Kings Row in just a few moments. I mean, there's a lot on the line for the Grill Masters right now. One map away from losing that life.
Losing that life wouldn't be the worst, but it just means playing longer through it all. This is semis, so winners in here gets you in a greater position, gets you closer to that money, and you don't want to have to go down. This is just, unfortunately, just a clash of two titans. This is what we've seen in contenders. So these kinds of plays have been... This is what you expect here. The one player I want to talk... We mentioned them earlier, but I want to shout them out because we were kind of looking and question marking them, is Will over on the Mei. Has put in quite a great quality of work on that Mei. It's not easy coming into Fit and play on a team that is so coordinated as the rest of the Grill Masters when you have a core in place. So, has been really impactful, has made some great decisions, has really done well to make sure the team has the isolations and sets each other up success. They'll defend on a Sigma poke. Strawberry Stranglers, they're going to play that double sniper. We're going to see what Alex swaps to. Might look to the Ashe afterwards on this, but it looks like it's going to be a bit of a poke duel. This is kind of what's to be expected, I think.
Yeah, Alexi not going to find that opening pick. Going to switch up to the Mei. So it is a complete mirror between the Grill Masters and the Stranglers. It's going to be a who can do it better, as Yoko and Exodal going to look for that pick, and it's going to be Zerion again, just run down in the streets by the Grill Masters. Strebber gone. It's a big loss to the defense. They'll be back quickly, but how quickly, I ask? As NKZ gets that first down, Grill Masters stay alive.
Great positioning from the side of the Grill Masters. They let him in just past the choke point to see that they were surrounded on all sides. You can see on the other side of Hotel, there's someone posted up. Everybody surrounded the sides of that. So a great ability just to give up a little positioning and push through that. It's going to be pretty much dry. So again, if Strawberry Stranglers don't fall into the same trap and get caught out, they should be okay. It looks like they'll push past the statue, though.
They will start pushing past statue, and Chase Torch with that eat, trying to keep this barrier up. There's the flux from NKZ, pardon me, as Will's gonna get burst down, gonna get booped right forward. A really good play, and Strawberry Stranglers, this is their time to push through. Got the opportunity window up, and there's the accretion. Window from Zerion, it's gonna let Onish take out NKZ, and the Stranglers will finally, just barely, by the skin of their teeth, push through.
It's all thanks to the later ults there. Zerion's later window just gave them the chance to steal the last bit of it. Strebber did hold on to Sound Barrier, so Sound Barrier, Blizzard for Grill Masters, a lot of the other ultimates coming online. It's going to be fairly even. ANJ is behind, though, on their Sound Barrier, so Strawberry Strangler's Flux is going to have to be defensive here. So Grill Masters can play the aggressive, but Strawberry Stranglers just have to match it note for note.
That they do. And the opening here, the Blizzard ready for Alexi. That's that. A lot of ults on the side of both these teams. I'm just looking at these Blizzards personally for the Grill Masters and for Strawberry Stranglers. That Flexi said it has to be defensive. There's the Blizzard from Will opening us up, and that fight. There's the Flux from Chase Torch. Blizzard as well thrown in. No picks coming through, but it's a big Blizzard off the side of Alexi, and that's going to be Strawberry Stranglers pushing through.
Yep. It was costly. It cost him, 3 of your bigger ults that you wanted. Zebor died with beat, so you'll have it for next fight. Grillmaster's just in a slightly better position here now, just to hold this between beat and Flux. They have the space control, and it's going to look to that. I love this advanced position, though. Strawberry Strangler's just going to take the space. No, they know they're behind. They know they committed a lot to get this far, so I love this read. They're going to try to play this for last point.
Yeah, they're trying to push through. They're trying to get into last point, but the window from Yoham's going to stop them. NKZ stunned up. Yoko with the shots pushing through, but it's going to be taken out by Exidol, and that's another pick on the Chase Torch. That's 2 for the Sojourn, and Grillmasters will stave off the Stranglers.
Back to the neutral we go here, to about 3 minutes on the clock. No changes coming through, which makes sense. It's going to be a tough fight here. I have to give a slight edge, though, to Grillmasters. NKZ on this Sigma has just been positioning a little bit better, using and rotating all their cooldowns a little bit better. Not really being caught out, but also catching positions, just disengaging and reading, protecting for the team. They look like the difference maker between the two teams.
Yeah, that they do. And already that push going in. Chase Torch on the Sigma. There's the Blizzard, not canceled out, but Will's gonna go down. Both supports frozen up, but there's no one there to follow it up. Grillmasters, they go in a bit too aggressive, and that's their punishment. The immortality gone, and NKZ seem to fall, and that's really bad looking for the Grillmasters. They got a May on the high ground, and they have no chance of holding this second point.
It will fall. They'll get that bonus time boost, and they'll have a nice little bank behind them, too. I mean, all 3 of those controlling ults, the Blizzard, Flux, and Sound Barrier, means that this cart just keeps on rolling. Strebor will eventually get theirs, but it doesn't look like there's going to be enough to really kind of put the halt on the Strawberry Stranglers here. I'm watching Yoham and Exidol, because they have to find something with this window and Rails combination.
That they do, as there's the window, and Exidol already with the pick, doesn't even need the window, doesn't need the railgun. There's the railgun gonna pop now. Immortality field thrown out, gonna take out Yoko, and that's the immortality gone 2 for the Sojourn, making it 3 to clear the deal. There's 4 as well.
The combination of this two was more of look one way, catch them on the other side, because everybody's looking at the window thinking that's where it's coming from. So great, smart team play from the side of the Grillmasters. Keep them checking there. They buy a little bit more time. They don't have the Blizzard, though. That's what's missing. They gave up their Rails and Blizzard to get this far, so Strawberry Stranglers should win from aggression.
Yeah, and Yoko with the early pick on Yoham. That's a huge first pick. Yoko looking for another onto the Lucio Strebor. Can't find it, but will fall soon after. Strebor goes down, and the Grillmasters dash on the rocks.
Be one last fight as we around the 2-minute corner here, so very cheap too. They still have Blizzard, they still have Sound Barrier for the Strawberry Stranglers, so everything's up. There's no defensive opposing them. They just have to bait out Immortality Field from Johan, and Strawberry Stranglers have been a little bit better about that.
X onto the Widow. There's the Flux beat away from Anj, and there's the shot. It hits a headshot, but it's the beat to stave them off. Anj goes down. It's an even 4v4. The Strawberry Stranglers, they've used a lot to get here. They need this fight win. Strebor low gets taken down. Chase Torch gone. That's a headshot from Zysadol. And there you go, Alexi sealing the deal as the cart pushes forward. A minute and 23 seconds on the clock.
That's such a shame. I was watching Will. I was like, Will, you're holding on to Blizzard. Get it out there. Come on. Let's toss it. Let's toss it. And it just came a little too late. So 120 is not bad on the clock. You're pretty okay with that if you're the Strawberry Stranglers. You have a win con in sight. And considering you're at match point, you can close this out, get yourself into winners finals. I think you're pretty happy with that performance. You didn't lose too many fights. You were caught off guard a little bit, but on the whole, the team play from the Stranglers in this comp just looks a little more, like focused, if that makes sense. They look like they understand and are playing a little bit more as a unit for this comp.
I think also one thing to note is that the winner of this game gets themselves, like you said, into the winners finals. but getting into the winners finals guarantees you
Yeah.
a piece of the prize pool of that €500 prize pool. Gets you a guarantee of €50. And I mean, so if you and I, we're Americans, so I have no idea how many euros.
All I know
Translate
is
that to pizzas for me.
I'm sure
that
all I know.
American currency.
All I know is that euros cost more than freedom bucks, so that's a lot more than 50 freedom bucks.
Wow.
So I would take that. It looks like it's going to be pretty much the same here. Exodol is going to look for some opening shots, but we're not going to see any changes. I mean, both teams feeling confident in what it is, and if I had to guess, this is probably more of the meta we're going to set. This is more of the meta what we're going to see. Alexi almost takes it though.
Wow.
Thank Aaron for those nerfs, because that would have been a dead shot if we were even 3 to 6 months back.
That was nearly a huge shot. Now over top, the Grillmasters are looking for a bit of a goofy little wraparound onto the high ground. Or are they just trying to get through that choke instead? Where are they going? Yeah, they're going up to high ground. They're going to try and chase Alexi off of this high ground as Alicia is dueling over top. Drebber going in, looking to boop these guys forward. They're going to put that Stigma in the corner. Immortality Field out for Johan. That's an early one. Variant's going to get taken down soon after. Will uses that cryo freeze. No picks from either of these teams so far. Johan very close to this amplification matrix, 10% away. And that's going to be the Grillmasters with a big piece of utility into this recontest from the Stranglers. They have forced point, and now you can't even peek point without getting a window in your face. The wall doesn't do much to block it. And that's a big bit of pressure. Johan going to get the first pick, and Alexi soon to fall. And that is the Grillmasters to take first point.
That was a great systematic space take from the Grillmasters. They recognize, look, they're holding us a choke. We have very few windows in. Let's take the small spaces they'll give us, force them back, get that high ground, and then once they were there, you could see it. They just kind of swept it around the clock and took it all in. So a great read from them. They'll be rewarded with Sound Barrier or Blizzard going into this next fight. So they have a couple tools to keep momentum going. NKZ is behind in the Sigma fight for that though, and Yoko is ahead in Rails, so a bit of a toss-up here. I'm watching these Lucios. Whoever can save their Sound Barrier for the more devastating ultimates is going to come out the victor.
Yeah, 5 ults in the Strawberry Stranglers. They've already put down 2. Beat in from Strebber. There's the ults. Oh, it's a big ult fest on the point. Who's going to get that first pick? Blizzard in onto 3. That's 4. All of the Strawberry Stranglers frozen up, and Will on this May saves the day for the Grillmasters, putting them on ice.
I believed in Will. Let it be known, I believed in Will. Those Blizzards had come in clutch, but that's gone now, and Strawberry Stranglers have one of their own. There'll be one last shot to touch it, and they'll probably start with this Blizzard, so they'll have to make this count. They'll have to catch somebody, hopefully the Baptiste and Johan out, because it's the only way they're going to put their foot down here on point 2.
And it's gonna be up to Exegol, already using that railgun as the cart starts to move closer and closer, trying to find the Baptiste, but can't find any headshots. Blizzard thrown in the back, it can't be eaten, and that's NKZ getting frozen and taken down, and that is not good for the Grillmasters. This is a devastating place to get held. They're going to use the amplification matrix. Johan says it's winnable, and Will might just agree as the card starts moving forward. Alexi nearly going down. Will playing aggressive, looking for those final picks, looking to keep us alive for the Grillmasters. Goes up the wall, has the Blizzard again, throws it in! That's such a quick buildup of the Blizzard from Will. Freezes up Chase Torch, Immortality Field gone. And that's Johan getting the pick. Anj gets stunned up. Beat comes in and it'll catch 4 on the side of the Strawberry Strangler. Strebber has the beat to match. Will they use it? Will they invest it? Alexi goes down. And the Grillmasters somehow turn the fight that seemed lost, that seemed done, into a W.
Ooh, great use of all those ultimates and the positioning there, really keeping them, denying them out of that tunnel. Gave them so much free reign to get damage in. Will's Blizzard again coming in huge on that. It means that Strebor gets to hold on to Sound Barrier, which means they are good for this flux incoming. The Grillmasters should be, again, a little bit ahead here. They'll have a flux of their own, so I'm watching for these Sigmas to find value in their fluxes. Strebor should deny at least one, but they need to act quickly.
Oh, Exegol! And it's a whiff from the flux of Chase Torch! That's a huge loss of an ult for the Stranglers. As the Grillmasters are pushing through, they use the beat aggressively. And that's a complete team wipe for the Stranglers. They're pushing through. They have 3.5 minutes on the clock now.
Well, looks like we'll go again, especially with now Amp Matrix and Flux means that this point can get Sigma 9 if need be. There'll be the Orisa coming in. We're coming into desperation moments for the Strawberry Stranglers, just trying to buy some more stability.
Yeah, there's the Gravitic Flux going in onto the back line. Lifts up the Mei as well. Cart nearly in. That's a pick onto Yoko. He's traded out to the pick onto Exegel. Blizzard thrown in over top of Lexi. Nearly stunned out of it. Chase Torch gone. But they need a clean fight here. The Grillmasters. Will coming up onto another Blizzard. Throws it out. Will on this Mei charged up, I think, 3 Blizzards in as many minutes.
Wow.
And it'll steal the deal. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Near 3 minutes on the clock for the Grillmasters. They are not ready to let this go.
I would love to see how quickly, if we had the stats for Will is building Blizzards, because like you said, that they are so quickly and efficient, and that just means Will is getting so many headshot icicles, so much freeze value. Truly putting on some incredible work from Will. This newer pickup for the Grillmasters. I mean, we're going around again on Kings Row. It's the winners semis. Like, this is what we'd expect of these teams. This is 2 just basically contenders teams just throwing haymakers at each other, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Though we do have to see one of them eventually drop. Strawberry Stranglers now, you know, they have the smaller bank. They'll attack here. And if you're the Grillmasters, you're probably going to give up the space. You're going to let them poke, is my guess. You're going to let them just try to buy this out, make it as close to one fight as you can. It's the only way you're going to give yourself the advantage based on the time you have. Stranglers, you need to push this fast, so I want to see them maybe just try to set up Yoko in a position where they can get a pick, a headshot onto somebody, and preferably the Baptiste. It just has to be. Baptiste needs to be the first pick on either side. It's just kind of a non-negotiable. It's too much sustain. Immortality Field is too valuable for these comps.
Yeah, look for that Immortality Field. Who uses it first? Who gets it burst down first? That's another big thing to be looking out for as Strawberry Stranglers roll out for the attack, looking to set themselves up for a win to put themselves in winners finals. Ball goes up and Chase Torch barely able to avoid it. Doesn't get sectioned off. There's the wall. Gonna put Grillmasters in a corner. NKZ is just in that little cubby of the statue. Both Immortality Fields out and destroyed immediately. It's Strebber gonna take Obsidians first, but that's not there. Oh, Chase Torch goes down, and that's Anj as well. And the dominoes, they begin to fall for the Strawberry Stranglers. That is one fight territory for them now.
Yep, they'll have one last shot at this. They didn't. I don't know that they built too much significance here. They will have a window, but there's nothing really you're going to put through it. And it's still a little bit farther behind from Yoham. So Grillmasters up in their ultimates means that they should get them first and should be able to close them out. Yoham will have this Amp Matrix entering the fight, so watch for that to start trying to get some value early.
You might also have this beat, but there's the Amplification Matrix. NKZ with the Flux into the back, catches out Anj. They're not going to have the beat, and that's a big loss. The Lucio gone, the Baptiste nearly taken out. Brazilians manages to stay alive, but Chase won't. Overtime Wick starts to burn, and the Grillmasters take a full hold round 3. And they have 3 full minutes to get one tick to take us to map 3.
I mean, they did it again, K-Wing. They did it again. They caught him looking. They set up the window, said, oh, window's here. You're going to pay attention to this. By the way, Sigma's off in the corner going to flux you, and that was their key. I just keep them looking. And if you're Grillmasters here, honestly, I just want them to run it down the 5-man. I think the Sigma works here, and I think it's fine. You have plenty of time. You can play for your ultimates. But realistically, I think you just, like, maybe this is my dream, but, like, I think you just catch them out on the 5-man. I think you just run it down and just do that, but I will be denied, and that's fine. I understand completely. I mean, 5 minutes, I mean, it's 3 minutes. Like, you have exactly enough time to build all of your ultimates. You can just build all 5 and win that way. The pressure's really on the Stranglers here to really burn down this clock now.
Yeah, with 3 minutes remaining, all that stands between the Grillmasters and taking us to a map 3 and keeping this run alive, keeping that first life still up and at 'em, is just one tick. 3 minutes. That's a lot of time left.
Okay,
and
Wayne.
now as the doors open, we're waiting.
Do we get the draw here, K-Wing? Is this it? Are we going to get a 4-mapper and we're going to get a draw?
I really hope not.
I mean, 3 minutes. Surely we don't draw the 3-minute clock out. You can see the Grillmaster's taking the same pathing as before. They know they just need to clear up a little bit of space, get a slice of the cake, and then they can take the rest of it from there.
Oh, they don't take the same path. They drop down. They don't try and take high ground. Wall comes out. Yoham needs to use that immortality field early. It's going to get burst down. Whereas Zarian's going to hold on to theirs. They're trying to be very conservative with these resources. And Yoham goes down. Grillmasters have to get out of here. They can't get staggered out. Will's going to go down. And that is an early fight loss for the Grillmasters. The Strawberry Stranglers are ready to draw.
Oh, no. Oh, that's a huge pick on Anj. He'll be back quickly, but they can... Grillmasters can move quickly. They're almost on their way to their first ultimate, so if they push this, they can get themselves in a good position for the return.
Yeah, Anj is going to be back in about 5 seconds. They're running through, but they take position on the point. And Strawberry Stranglers, they don't have that much time. They need to just touch the point. It doesn't matter. They use the Meta Cryo Freeze on point. Anj is back. But at what cost, I ask you? Both windows, and there's Alexi with the Blizzard into the backline, and it freezes up 4 on the side of the Grillmaster, the Strawberry Stranglers. Grass and cake for themselves.
Ooh, it was a do-or-die moment there, but the Strawberries are starting to sour, it looks like. They'll have a Flux, and they'll have Rails. They have to make it work. Grillmasters are coming into Sound Barrier Blizzard. I mean, it's just bigger ultimates that should, as long as they catch somebody in the Blizzard, Grillmasters should close it out here. It's up to Yoko. I'm watching Yoko's, the shoulders need to get picked up because there's got to be some combination between Chase and Yoko that gets a pick if they want to stop this.
They need something big here. Yoko using the railgun already, looking for a head. Gets the shot, but it's a beat from Strebber. There's the Blizzard going in onto point. He's going to zone off this point so effectively. NKZ and Chase Torch both gone on. She's going to use the beat to sustain. There's a lot of ults you could use it for. Exidol nearly taken out, has the railgun, trying to take out this Mei. Alexi's going to get taken down. And there you go. There's the pick onto Yoko and the window in. There's the Flux from NKZ to seal it off. And the Grillmasters will not let a draw happen. We will not see a map 4 today. But we will be going to a map 3.
And it's thanks to this man, Exidol, coming in that huge moment. It's has been looking phenomenal on that Sojourn, just making sure to get value out of all those rails. The team is setting them up incredibly well, knowing that he can take the positions and those angles. I think really does speak to it. We were wondering after looking at map 1, you know, they came out in this 5-man rush. We were questioning, are they going to be able to flip? Are they going to be able to play the Sigma? And it looks like they've shown us they can. They can play the Sigma poke comp. They have the skills to match it. So, I mean, do we really expect anything less than a full 3 out of these two teams? I sure didn't.
I didn't either, and I mean, that's just the power of the Grillmasters and the Strawberry Stranglers, because just how incredible these players are. I mean, I could think of every single player getting some clutch plays in these first 2 maps. I mean, Exidol, what time haven't we seen clutch plays? Will building up Blizzards like they're nothing, using it like it's on cooldown. NKZ with some incredible fluxes. I mean, just every single player here playing at an elite level and really showing the power of this side of the bracket, because these are 2 contenders level teams. They're not even contenders level teams, honestly.
Yeah.
They are contenders teams.
Yeah.
This is how good contenders teams are.
Yeah. If you're coming in thinking that you were just going to maybe come in, maybe sneak in and steal 3rd, 4th place, like, nah, wasn't going to happen here. These teams, you know, you still think of the other teams that are still we haven't seen here. Picanha, who we watched earlier, still hanging out on the top. Timeless EU. There are some juggernauts here in this upper bracket still. So no wonder this goes to 3, and no wonder we get to see some more incredible Overwatch.
Yeah, we will get to see that map 3, the conclusion of this map after this short break. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't change the channel. We will see you in just a moment. And we're back. 1-1 are these teams, Strawberry Stranglers versus the Grill Masters, aka the Raspberry Racers core versus the Sheer Cold Core, 2 elite EU teams facing off here today. And we've had quite the close duel between two teams who really love the rush. But I mean, isn't that pretty much every time we cast anything in EU?
Of course it is. That's just this is just EU. We run at things. And normally we would swing hammers, but in this case, we're going to throw rocks at things, as we've seen a lot of that Sigma kind of rush poke hybrid, where we're trying to create those picks with the Mei and the Sojourn and control the space a lot. And you know, like you said, these are two huge juggernauts of EU. They understand exactly what they're trying to do, and let's not say it's the full course. There's a few pickups around here who have had moments to shine and make a case for themselves. But we're gonna go on to our game 3, our decider, and it's gonna be over on New Queen Street. So we're going to see a little bit of push action to close this out. Well, thankfully, that means we can't draw and we don't have to go to 4. But realistically, we're going to see the same things. Nothing's really going to change. So I think the question mark here is going to be, how much have you guys been practicing New Queen Street in particular in regards to this comp? Because it's going to look at, I'm watching the Sojourns now. There's so many long sight lines, there's so many long roads that you have to get your Sojourn into a position where they can get the rails and make sure they can get their fields out into a controlling space. And realistically, that's going to be the difference maker, I think, between the two teams, is whose Sojourn gets into position and stays there longer and better.
Yeah, and we've seen some incredible Sojourn play. I can think immediately of Exetal. All just incredible.
Yeah.
Just a living highlight reel that we have seen go to work these past 2 maps. And we'll have to see if he can continue that going into map 3, going into New Queen Street, looking to send his team to winners finals, looking to end their day today, or if they're going to drop down into the lower bracket, they're going to have to struggle a little more, face elimination match after elimination match, and one of these teams is going to come out of today with a guaranteed 50 euros, which I did look it up during the break, is approximately 52 freedom dollars.
Okay. Look, that's an extra like half a can of Coke or something at this point for that. So yeah, a win here means you go home with money, and I think if you're any of these squads, that is realistically the best you can hope for, right? Like, it's been a long day, you're coming into the hours, like night is around the corner. You don't want to have to keep playing. The longer you play, the more you're just going to get tired. You're going to start pushing yourself, the more you're inclined to make these mistakes. So a win here means you get a little bit of a break, you get a little bit of a breather. Worst case, you're going home with, 50 euro bucks, and you get to go on and rest, and you at least have that solace with you.
50 euro bucks. I have nothing else to say other than you're really out here calling it euro bucks.
Look, all money to me is just fun bucks, so I'm just kind of just trying to find a way to distinguish the difference of currency, Look, America has freedom bucks. Yeah, Europe has euro bucks. I'm sure Australia has Aussie bucks. I don't know. But what I do know is that both of these teams are going to basically be running back what's been most comfortable. So I guess in Canada now it's raccoon bucks because we're in Toronto. So that's the way it's going to be. That's how I've decreed it. So, I mean, I'm watching. The other thing I'm watching for are both of these Baptistes. They are the linchpins to keeping their Sigmas up. Mm-hmm. So if they fall first, you can assume the rest of the team will be shortly after.
Now, one last map to seal the deal. One last map to send these teams to the winners final. We'll have to see who claims the honor as these teams start to square off Sigmas going forward. Strawberry Stranglers, you can see on this overhead map, are playing very tight with their Sigma, whereas the Grill Masters are playing a bit more split up and a bit more separate. As Yoko getting set up on the stairs, looking to take those alternate angles, nearly finding the pick onto Will, but can't find that headshot, can't find that right click. Will's eventually going to get taken down. Azarian starting to charge up this ultimate chase torch, going in very aggressive against NKZ, looking to equalize, but there's too much support, too much healing going the way of the Grill Masters. As the bot starts to push towards the way of the Strawberry Stranglers, the Grill Masters are having a bit of difficulty.
Yeah. I mean, the May pick from Will isn't going to be enough to win this, but Zirion's window is in a good position. We're just now trying to figure out where do we need to place it. He's got great control over this high ground. He can see his team. He's pretty covered and protected here. So now it's just taking the aggressive angle to get that to match that window.
Windows both coming out facing each other as there's the accretion from NKZ. NKZ is playing very aggressive. Beat thrown in. I love this delay from the Sigma, waiting for this beat to basically expire, and it's like it never even happened. That's such a smart play from NKZ, and it'll get Grill Masters the pick.
Whew, chasing. Yeah, it's, I mean, a great read from that. Again, these longer fights will always benefit whoever has their supports up, whoever has the support ultimates up, and Strebo are holding on it to that means that they're holding on to their sound barrier means that they'll be a little bit in a better position for this next fight. They'll have an answer for the Blizzard across from them. Meanwhile, Strawberry Stranglers, they're going to be feeling the freeze right now.
Now Will coming up on this Blizzard. We've seen how deadly those Blizzards can be. We'll have to see if Will can keep it up and put the Strawberry Stranglers in the freezer. Nearly taking the lead, but just a few inches short. Will throwing in both DPS ults. Alexi throws in the Blizzard as well. No beat needed from Strebber because there's no freeze coming through on the side of the Grill Masters. And the Stranglers will drop down. It's the Grill Masters moving forward. I think they'll get checkpoint off that.
They should get checkpoint off of that. There might be a chance just before the butt scratch, but they should get it. And equally as importantly as that checkpoint, Strebber held on. They won that without needing to commit sound barrier. So they'll have it for Flux here, means that it's up to Yoko to be the difference maker on the fight. It looks like they'll approach before we get checkpoint. It's up to Yoko here to be the difference maker.
Yeah, Yoko with the railgun, just nearly that checkpoint. Early beat from Strebber, gets the pick onto Alexi. That's a big lift, but the point goes through. Strawberry Stranglers aren't on the bot, and so the checkpoint's achieved. The butt scratch happens, and there you go. The window from the Grill Masters. They're looking to keep this going. Strebber's gonna go down, but Chase Torch has nearly bursted down, and they just have to completely kite.
Yeah, I mean, they had to get away from the window, which I'm a little question mark on. I'm not sold that it needed, but we're going to keep committing. Strawberry Stranglers refuse to give it up.
Yeah, they're going to use the Flux. The beat comes out late. That's exactly what you want from Hunch, is to use that a little later. Stunned up is that Sigma, is NKZ, as the Grill Masters really aggressive Baptiste play. Yoham taking a very off angle, but will get away safe. And the Grill Masters, well, they're gonna have to do a bit of a retreat, but they lose NKZ. They need to get out of there, and Will's gonna get stunned out. Will's gonna get staggered.
Bot still sitting at mid, but Exodal is just gonna be the difference maker here. Gonna commit the rails.
Wait, they actually won that. They just got 3 picks. Exodal gets 3 total.
Yeah.
And they turned it around completely. I thought that was over.
No, that's the Exodal diff, baby. That's just what happens when Exodal gets rails up. And I mean, bot, hello? Okay, we're running. I assume we're running back to get everybody in. Yeah, okay. We're running back to make sure we have the full 5, and that's right. So a bit of a toss-up here. I mean, Strebber is coming into Sound Barrier. It's the only defensive close. It needs to get sooner, so Strawberry Stranglers can benefit by taking this catch. Gotta catch him, try to catch him. Looking again, though.
Yeah, trying to catch them lacking, and Will takes out. That's 2 huge
That's great.
hits
Oh, good punish
for the Grill Masters. Good from Zarian to keep the bot away, but it won't be a fight win for the Strawberry Stranglers.
I mean, they'll steal the bot for a little bit, but that was just a little bit of unfortunate greed. Just thought, they could take the corner, just try to cut that off, but we're punished for their attempt to try to finish it now. Strebber has that sound barrier. They have the answer for at least one of the upcoming ults. So Strawberry Stranglers just have more in the treasure chest. They should just be able to win this out by the sheer force alone.
Sheer force to the Strawberry Stranglers against the Grill Masters. They're looking to win that fight away. They're on the low ground here. They're struggling, the Grill Masters. Blizzard thrown up top, and Yoko find the pick on Exodal. It's a huge play, frozen up, and quite a messy, scrappy fight that the Strawberry Stranglers will take full advantage of, and it will be those Stranglers taking that fight. The Flux has to come in as well. They'll get picks, but that was very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Stranglers, you're happy, though. You got Strebber's sound barrier. It did cost you your Flux, so maybe a little more pricey than you want. If you're Strebber, I think you want that refund, but you're not going to get it, unfortunately. Strawberry Stranglers will have both support ultimates up. I mean, window and beat means that they're just pretty safe and sound for anything throwing their way. Now it's just getting the positioning on this initial corner because they're not at their own checkpoint yet, so I'm watching this support line.
Yeah, you got to watch the support line. There's the window from Zarian. Looking for the damage. There's the Flux into the tiny room. NKZ going aggressive, and it's going to be Zarian getting taken down. Beat cannot keep them alive for long. Alexi gone, and Strebber to pick up multiple as the Stranglers keep it rolling.
It's tough. The Stranglers were on a roll there. They were able to chain a couple of those together, and you feel for them because now they're coming into this next fight with basically nothing. They'll have Blizzard eventually, but meanwhile, Yoham and Exidol are up. This is dangerous. Exidol's just going to pop here. Watch him.
Exidol looking to pop off, but can't find much in the way of damage. Pumping it through, but can't kill the Sigma. Somehow gets the pick on the Chase Torch. And Zarian goes down. The bot's going to keep on rolling. The Grill Masters, they're climbing 84 meters and counting.
They are looking to close this out here. It's a bit costly. I love this ult rotation that they've got going. They have Exidol just kind of clearing and maintaining the space of rails, which buys Will the time to kind of get Blizzard and then keep the space controlled. So Stranglers have a Blizzard of their own, but Strebber's coming into Sound Barrier. That's the difference maker. As long as Strebber doesn't die, the Grillmaster should keep the push alive.
Yeah, Strebber with that beat is going to be really influential. Blizzard thrown in the backline, catches Chase Torch, Immortality thrown out, but there's the Blizzard into the back. Yoham, the beat will not keep them up forever as NKZ gets taken down. It's only one down for the Grill Masters, but the spawn disadvantage is there, and so the Grill Masters will be beaten back, but 105 meters is the time to beat.
Yeah, that's as good as a win in a lot of these push matches. That's so far of a map, plus now the advantage from respawns will be coming in a little bit closer. Zirion has the only ult on board, which means we're pretty much close. NKZ is going to have theirs coming up shortly, but again, it just comes down to getting past this Immortality field. They'll use it aggressively. Oh, you hate to see it.
Completely missed there for the Grill Masters. Anj uses the beat to aggress against that Flux, completely missed. Yoham down, both Baptistes gone. Grill Masters and Stranglers both playing without their supports. Chase Torch gone, takes that. There's the Flux in, gets the Lucio. Can that be the slam down? It's Strebber gone. 2 for Chase. And the Stranglers continue forward.
It's okay, NKZ. I didn't see nothing. We ain't gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk instead about the dueling windows coming up, because the position of these windows are gonna be the difference makers. It'll be the difference between Exidol having rails significantly faster or just, getting the position. Looks like Butt Scratch is gonna be on the menu here, so watch for those windows to position each other.
Early windows from both teams, and they're facing each other immediately while trying to zone off the Stranglers, but can't find any picks off it. Immortality field gone for Zarian, but Yoham has not used his yet. Nearly taken down as Zarian. That's the first down. Exidol with the Sojourn, can't find a pick, but will take out Chase Torch eventually. Yoham gone though. Yoko.
Oh, no one's on bot!
No one's on the bot! The Grill Masters take it! And the Strawberry Stranglers. I mean, that's heartbreaking. They had a chance, though. They had a chance.
And instead, there are but two things in their mind, and that is C9, unfortunately. So that's a shame. That fight was shaping up to be something great, but unfortunately, hey, it's Overwatch. We got to remember to play the objective too, right? Like, that's the important thing. You can't literally take your eyes off the prize, and a lot of the time that prize is dependent on whether the robot continues to go forward.
That it sure is. And I mean, for the Grill Masters, they get themselves into winners finals. They end their day here and guarantee themselves a solid 50 euros of the 500 prize pool, with a chance to play for more tomorrow. So that was their day, an incredibly successful one, only dropping one map to the Strawberry Stranglers and avenging themselves upon the team that beat them in the summer series of contenders, and taking out the Strawberry Stranglers, who are going to go down to the lower bracket semifinals, I believe.
Yes.
And have to face multiple elimination matches if they want a chance to keep on rolling. So that's going to be it for us, though. And we're going to say a little bit of goodbye to you, as we're going to get a new color caster on the desk with me. So thank you for joining us so much.
Pleasure's mine as always. I'm going somewhere, but you shouldn't go anywhere. Hang tight. There's going to be more incredible Overwatch as we close out the rest of the EU Reflash Refresh coming after a quick break.
Prepare yourself for Overwatch Refresh, a 32-team tournament where players must battle their way for a double elimination bracket to be crowned as champions. Teams will have 2 lives, meaning 2 chances to make it to the grand final and earn your share of the €500 prize pool. Are you ready?
And we're back with new teams in the new bracket with some new faces. My name is K-Wing, and I'm here with To Try Hard Ray. Ray, how are you doing, and are you excited to get into the lower bracket with me?
I'm extremely excited, making my debut here with Monkey Bubble again. Feels great to get back to my roots. And these teams, they're fighting for that €500 prize pool. So excited as these teams, it's win or go home as they are in the losers bracket. We will be bringing you guys Boast versus Misfits.
Yeah, you've got Bows and Misfits ready to square off 2 teams that have done pretty well. So for Misfits, one thing we have on our team info sheets, anything else you want to add? They added, quote, "We are an OTP team. We play exclusively Reaper, Bastion, BAP," which is an interesting combo to say the least.
I think especially with the meta we are in right now, whether you play Orisa or Sig, but Bastion's very prevalent, and you're really just exchanging out the Mei for the Reaper, which I think is fine. Reaper, outputs just as much damage. The Mei just got that buff with the primary fire with the slowing down effects, so I think that's the only thing you're exchanging out, but I don't think it's going to be like super detrimental coming into this.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but for the side of their opponents, for Bows, you have Glass, Sivart, Sosa, Booga, and Mecha, and really an interesting group of players. You have a few from a group called Gas T3 is Not a Job, and other than that, you have some amount of team cohesion. So I'm interested to see if that will carry over into this new team.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how these teams do. As we mentioned, a lot on the line. This will still be a first 2-2 for both of these teams. So being able to get off to a quick, fast start is the name of the game in a series where you only got to win 2 maps.
Completely. And as we're looking at our map pool, that is going to be Control, Hybrid, Push, and it looks like we do have our control map, which is going to be the snowy streets of Nepal.
I'm very excited. I think Nepal's one of the, especially Sanctum, I think it's one of the most unique. If you take all of the control maps and all of their sub maps, I think Sanctum is probably the most interestingly designed one. So I really hope we go to that one. It's just that looming threat of always possibly getting booped into that pit is always scary. Even when I'm playing on my comp games, I'm like, I gotta stay away from that pit. There's always Lucio on this map as because of that looming threat. So, and I think compositional wise on that map, it's very wide open. Sigma does well thriving with space, but seen time and time again, Junker Queen being able to just use that commanding shout to really get on top of people. So I think the meta is very open on this map.
Completely agree. The meta is quite open. We've seen a lot of Junker Queen play. We've seen some Ramatra play. A lot of that brawl style. This is EU after all. What is EU if not playing brawl in any wind or weather? EU is pretty brawl centric. You gotta understand. But we'll have to see if Misfits or Bows are going to break the mold a little bit with this Assemble Heroes phase.
See, the funny part was I was thinking about this the other day, and I do agree that in EU Brawl is definitely used a lot more than other regions. But I've also been thinking about it. I think EU is also the most synonymous region for just finding one comp and just playing that, getting good at it, and just being a one-trick team to it. I think about Contenders teams. Their craziness and their compositions, and the London Spitfire one-tricking the Ryan composition. I think this region, it's not necessarily always Brawl, but just finding a composition you're good at and getting extremely good at it. Both these teams, however, Owu is going to be over on that Sigma, going up against Velvet on the D.Va, which I think could be very troublesome because that accretion rock, D.Va does not have anything to deal with it.
No, she really doesn't, and you don't see a lot of D.Va play, or at least you haven't in recent months. So I have to see if Bows can bring out something new and exciting, as the Tracer already going to Tommy. Tommy, my boy, we want to talk about it? Anyway, I mean, Misfits are still going to take some position on the point. The accretion is going to smack Velvet in the face, and Havoc's going to take them down immediately. It was way too aggressive from Bows, but they're still getting some picks. They take out both supports, but still Owu, because that is in fact what they told us the pronunciation was for their name. Owu is playing forward fairly well. The Immortality Field comes out, Fuga goes down, but it's somehow Misfits to pull out a victory despite losing both supports.
Again, we saw that early in the fight where you had control for Bast because of Tommy going off the map, but Velvet gets accretion rocked, they're able to focus him down, and without your D.Va in the fight, Havoc is just going to rain havoc on your entire backline, and the damage really came through. So if you are Velvet, you have to be very careful. You have to avoid Owu at all costs and look for dives onto some of these players.
You need a dive. The pulse bomb going to fly far, but not find any picks, as there's the Bastion pumping out the damage from Herlev. The ult comes through, and it's a lot of damage, and it's the pick onto Sivart. And there you go, 2 picks for Misfits, and they'll seal the deal. Bows just cannot find their footing.
It's really tough, especially running the sim in this composition. It feels very strange, to say the least. Like, you're running this D.Va Tracer who are looking to dive, but then you have a Symmetra in the play, I guess TP, but I don't know, it just doesn't, it feels very out of place. As Misfits have the ability to hold here final fight territory, and they have 4 ults.
Captive Sun early from Tommy. Tom into the backline, catches 2, and the Raymac will catch another, and Bows with a huge D.Va bomb will take point away from Misfits. No 100 to 0s here.
That there isn't, and you were able to get Misfits to throw out 2 of the ultimates that they had, so you put yourself in a much better position. Still going to be a tough hill to climb to reverse this back. I think this next fight's going to tell us a lot going forward. If Baus can win this fight and pull out some of these ultimates from Misfits, I think they can turn this around.
I believe it, but they need to get through this gravitic flex from Owu. As there's the pylon gone, Sosa is just trying to stay out of sight, playing Metal Gear as a stick comes in onto Tommy, and that's the early pick onto the supports for Bows. Needs to find the pick onto Taki as well, and that would be a quick win. A really aggressive Havoc gonna go off the side, and that's Owu gone. A big fight win for Bows.
Big fight win, and you didn't use a lot. You used 2, but you've already regained 2 of your ultimates. So you're still in another even team fight coming in to this next fight against the Misfits. Owu, you're who I'm looking at. You need a big time flux to try and mitigate the value of this incoming rally.
They need something big, Misfits. They got to 99, but they just can't seem to push forward, as that's Fuga's window gone. DMX immediately, that window's deadly to Velvet, gone, and there's the baby as well. Allie from Mecha is just gonna get mowed down. They peek the window and the Bastion. There's just nothing you can do. And the artillery takes out Booga, and Misfits will take out Bows. very well. And I mean, it was scrappy, it was goofy even, but it'll be Misfits taking round 1.
As Docky coming through with the big amp matrix, and I think they were very smart. They waited for Velvet to use majority of that defense matrix, so once that amp matrix came out, there was nothing they could do, and Velvet was just going to get blown up and demech. And then Baus, I thought they could have had a chance to come back and at least stall, but they didn't wait out the, what is it, like 8 seconds it's up, because they popped rally and went forward, and the window was still up, and they died to it. So just not great awareness coming out from Baus. She had to know that ult was coming, and they just positioned poorly. And if you're Velvet, you had to save that defense matrix when you knew that was coming.
You really had to. Now going into round 2 for Misfits. I mean, Bowser's staying on this Diva comp. I'm interested to see is Misfits, they swapped onto the Zarya, really looking to counter out this Diva. This is going to be very tough for Bowser to counter out.
Yeah, and this Symmetra also doesn't have a lot. I mean, Symmetra relies on being able to build up that beam, especially on shields, and there's just not a lot of that available for them. So it's going to be tough to get that beam up and find your value as Baust already takes control on the point, making it hard for Misfits to push in with these turrets.
That's going to be incredibly tough for Misfits to push in with the Symmetra. That's where the Symmetra is going to thrive, is going to be denying space and really making it tough for Misfits to push in. But they need it, really do need it. Is Velvet going to just buzz by and take out, lose 400 HP immediately? There's just so much pressure onto this Diva. Velvet's gonna get demeched again, and there's Mecha just trying to keep Velvet alive. So that's what the Pulse Bomb is gonna take out the Immortality field, excuse me. When Ruka goes down, and there's first point going the way of Misfits, and this Diva stagger is brutal.
This Zarya from Owu and the entire team of Misfits are just tearing through Baust. The composition we just seen out of them time and time again, this Symmetra with the Diva Tracer, it worked for a second where you had control of the point, but as soon as Misfits is able to find a pick because you're all playing separate, they're just able to run onto the point. It doesn't matter anymore about those turrets because they're in a man up in the fight.
Early wall from Sivart. Not going to catch any picks. They're going to use it for some early aggression window used as well to get Baus the point take. Now it's just a re-aggress from Misfits because 2 big ults have now just been used. No picks have come out of them. Now there's the captive sun getting thrown in from Misfits. Diva Bomb goes over the top, and I believe it doesn't hit a single thing. Pulse Bomb into the back line, and it's going to get both DPS of the Misfits. And Sosa takes out Misfits.
And they're going to get a exiting pick onto Docky as well. So Sosa coming through for their team in the clutch. They're going to now match the percentage. However, Misfits, the Baus had to throw everything into that fight. So Misfits just bid their time, played patient. Are they going to come back with 4 ultimates? And this is where it starts to look pretty bad for Baus. They got to hope they get an early pick in this fight.
They need that early pick, and Ruka nearly going down is not the way to start that. They can't lose that Baptiste. They can't lose their tank either. Immortality field comes out early, grab, and the artillery form. Not gonna find a single pick, so Misfits are using a lot of ults, not getting much, and Havoc going to go down first. Trying to burst down this Diva, but can't find a single thing. Pulse Bomb from Sosa will not find a big pick, but Sivart will clean up shop. What a fight from Baused.
I talked about how it's going to be tough for Sivart to find value, but they are finding it, using that TP to perfection to get themselves in a position to get that charge up, and then the turrets just continue to be troublesome for Misfits as they're just unable, especially with Tommy. You got to keep your distance and try and keep that Bastion up, but the turrets just keep having him low as he turns the corner trying to unleash his damage.
Havoc has the Death Blossom, barely able to make it out alive. Sivart does get burst down early. But the ults are still in favor of Misfits. They have 3 online, looking to use them well as the Death Blossom is ready. They take point without even using a single one of them. Owu on top of that statue, putting out the damage. Havoc has the Death Blossom, looking to use it. Maybe here, might just take out the Symmetra immediately, as that Symmetra's dashing back and forth, but it's Misfits to take the point.
All things considered, that was actually a decent 1v1 there from Sivart. I didn't think they even had a chance at winning that, and they actually almost did at the end of the day. Just really good teleport dancing. As Misfits, they have this Death Blossom they've been holding on to for a very long time, but the problem is Velvet can mitigate so much of this if they hold on to that defense matrix and are just at the ready and looking out for Havoc. So I'm really looking at the dance between those two in this fight.
Yeah, there's the Death Blossom to take out the Brig immediately. Pulse Bomb on the Bastion in the back. Misfits, they have a lot of ults and they need to use it in this last fight. There's the grab into the Sosa. Oh, Captive Sun. Diva Bomb's thrown really high up. It's not going to catch a single soul. Artillery for him to catch Fuga. And it will be Misfits taking map 1 and getting themselves all the more closer to that next round.
Yeah, that was the issue. I think at the end of the day, that Zarya was just countering Velvet Owu just insane. This between the Sigma and the Zarya, I'm gonna kind of actually crunch those together. I said Sigma as the two just countered out Velvet on that Diva so hard. It was very tough to fight. Outside of that Diva bomb we saw on Sanctum, there just wasn't a whole lot going on. And when you're losing the tank battle like that, it is tough for a team to be able to win. So, you know, very good on them to bring that to a 99-99, but it just seems like the limitations in only playing Diva started to peek its head there at the end.
It really did. And I think especially at the start, you know, we remember that one play from round 1, but otherwise that the Diva really just seemed to be pretty beneficial for Owu, as it was pretty Owu had a lot more control, it seemed, than Velvet did over the tank duel. So I'm looking to see if Velvet can bring out maybe a Ram, maybe a Reinhardt, some kind of brawl tank to play a little more in style with what we've seen to be the meta here, and that kind of general composition that we've seen for a little bit of this tournament. But if they can't have that adaptation, it might be a quick elimination for them.
I think even a Sigma, you don't even necessarily have to play, you know, Rhine, Orisa, Junker Queen, but Sigma, especially going up against you do fine in the Sigma v Sigma match, but if they're going to play Zarya, I think Sigma, I know, you know, you can't do anything about a primary fire, but if you can throw your shield and separate Owu away from their healers, the Zarya can get blown up and taken off the servers so quickly. So if your shield placement's good on Sigma, you're going to counter out that Zarya very hard.
Agreed. And as we go into what could be the last map for Baused, as this is an elimination match, remind you, we're just waiting on that map pick. It is Baused's map pick. So we're waiting and we're trying to see what map they're going to pick for this hybrid.
Yeah, a hybrid, again, backs against the wall, trying to make a comeback for Baust. The question is, do we feel like the Diva is what they want to play? Because they played it on both submaps of Nepal, when you think more of a brawly composition would have been better for Shrine. So to me, I think it might be a fair assumption to say they want to play Diva. And if that's the case, I feel like you got to go for a less traditional hybrid. Like, what do you think traditional? I think King's Row, and I don't think that's going to be very well suited to the Diva. So I think you got to look outwards. I feel like if you're going to play Diva, you know, Blizzard World's definitely on the table. I think
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
You got it. I was waiting. I saw the message in chat from
I was
our
not looking
producer,
at chat.
and
I did not know.
I was waiting for you to make the prediction. I was like, I can see him going towards Blizzard World. I can see the cogs turning, but it is going to be Blizzard World. And I think that, like you said, that's the map for the D.Va. If the D.Va is the core of this strategy, if they're sticking with it, then here is a good place for it. You have really good high ground control. You can take advantage of the booster jets that the D.Va has and really take control over high ground in a way that you really couldn't on any of those submaps in Nepal.
I'd say the one thing you'd have to be worried about is we did see the ability for Misfits to play the Sigma, and Sigma's also very, very strong on Blizzard World. Sigma also thrives on being able to have control of that high ground, keep his distance, and then you're able to play like an Ashe or a Sojourn who will play that high ground and look to pick your heads off, and you're going to have that shield to be able to provide to them. So I do think it adds that ability if they're going to play the hit scan, where D.Va has much easier targets to dive. But then again, Misfits said they're a one-trick team, so are they really going to pull out the hit scan?
I don't think. I really don't think, because they told us, they said we are a one-trick team. We exclusively play Reaper, Bastion, BAP, and I think that could be pretty weak to any long-range projectile characters, especially if you're talking about like those snipers or potentially even a Pharah as we go to Blizzard World after dark.
I love nighttime Blizzard World, and
love
shout out
it.
to the producers. Man, these shots they get are just awesome. I'm just not good with that. As we start to load in to this defense for Misfits, and no surprise, they're keeping that Bastion, that Reaper, and that Baptiste. But Awu is going to be on the Zarya. I think, again, they're probably expecting the D.Va, so that's a great counter, but doesn't really thrive that much on high ground, so that's going to be an issue. As for Baust, we're going to see them match that support duo of the Alari Baptiste. So a lot of healing, but also a lot of damage available to them. But they are finally going to get off that D.Va, maybe? Nope. Looks like it was just for a protection, going back to the D.Va. So I still worry about this going against the Zarya.
I do as well. That Zarya is going to take a lot of advantage over the D.Va, but Velvet, if they're really believing in the D.Va, maybe that's the playmaker. Velvet really needs to be on it with these bombs and with that high ground control as they buzz right past, taking a lot of damage on the side of Misfits. And Sosa looking for pressure on this Tracer, flanking around the side. Healing pylon gonna go down for Tommy, so that's a lot of healing gone for the ERE for a few seconds. That is an opportunity, but Mecha's gonna get burst down. Airlift with a big pick, and Bows, they take a while to push through, and it is a minute-long fight that they cannot win.
Again, it's just so tough. You're basically coming into these fights at an immediate disadvantage because of Velvet going onto Uwu. The thing is, the D.Va, you need to be able to take mini dives onto targets, but I think the only one you could even think about going after is Tommy, but Tommy has the ability to just get away so easily, so it makes things very tough for the D.Va to get value.
Yeah, and not to mention that there's so much burst potential that can come out from Herlif and Havoc that if you aren't looking at them, they can pump in so much damage to you. Sosa with the pulse bomb throws in, gets the stick, but it's the immortality field that will save the day for Ducky. There's the captive slung into the back. That's 2 picks, and it's gonna put some damage in onto Fuga that's gonna get taken down. And there's the artillery for him to take out Mecha. This is the opportunity for Bows here. If they're down 1, they need something big from Velvet, but Velvet's just too low. They're gonna get demeched, and that is the end of any hope for Bows.
Again, it's Sosa feels like they are playing so on this Tracer. It feels like they haven't missed on a stick, but it's just getting countered. I mean, sometimes they're getting value, but other times the immortality field is just there. So if Bowsed isn't finding picks early in this fight, I just don't see an opportunity for them to get this point. Misfits just have the sustain and have all the damage to just burst down Velvet.
Yeah, they have, like you said, the sustain, they have the damage, and Velvet has just suffered. Now you have the Diva Bomb for Velvet. That could be the game changer because it was on round 1 of Nepal, but it needs to be big, it needs to be huge, because otherwise Bowsed might just be full held, as there's the window, Diva Bomb over the top, and it gets a double, but Uwu gets 2, and it still might not be enough. The heroics from Velvet just won't be enough. The double kill, dashed.
As Havoc just yanked the hopes and dreams of Bowsed right out of their hands with that Death Blossom, and then Owu being able to stay in full charge to be able to unleash that damage is big. Sosa has another Pulse Bomb. And we're going to have a Captive Sun. I'm not as worried about that because if you're Misfits, you're going to have the ability to cleanse with these bubbles. But the ability to protect yourself with this Photon Barrier and give Sosa an opportunity to hit another Pulse Bomb, that's your win condition.
Sosa throws in the Pulse Bomb, but it's the Immortality Field. Doesn't even take it out. There's the Captive Sun immediately cleansed away. Harlef is going to go down regardless. So you have a chance for Mecha to maybe push through. Captive Sun from Tommy gets eaten by Velvet. No bubbles needed. So Velvet, with the switch to the Sigma, is going to play hero for the side of Bowsed and give their team new life.
And this is exactly what we needed to see from Bowsed. We have mentioned Play Sigma does a great job of limiting what Owu is going to be able to do on the Zarya, and now they finally do that and they win the point because of it.
Yeah, but Velvet goes down, and now Owu has free reign, full charge to completely destroy the side of Bowsed, charged up to the grab. It's just all Misfits.
Yeah, as because it took them so long to finally get that point, you're only going to have a meager 2 minutes to get this all the way. And at the point where we are now, it's going to take 2 minutes just to get the cart that far. So they have to start getting in and winning a fight fast, but it's going to be so tough. Misfits have 4 ultimates, and this is such a strong position, especially for the Zarya to be able to hold, because Velvet's not going to be able to maintain space like a Sigma wants.
Oh, Havoc nearly gets found out. Has the Death Blossom charged up for ult for Misfits. This Immortality Field needs to be huge for Bugha if they want a chance. Artillery Form comes out from Misfits. Can it drop the Immortality Field? It's gonna drop the Immortality, and there you go. There's 3 from the DPS of Misfits.
1 final minute for Bowsed to try and get more distance on this cart, because I feel like where we're at right now, there's no chance you're going to be able to defend it that heavily, as they will have an Amp Matrix, which this could be big because you can place it and force Misfits back and buy yourself some space, and that is exactly what Velvet needs right now on the Sigma.
It's what Velvet just needs, some space. And they clear it out. The grab goes in. It catches 3 in its grasp. Immortality Field thrown out to keep them alive. Flux into the back. It gets Daki, and it gets Uwu. And there's Bowsed just at the last moment, keeping themselves in it. Clutching
Up at the very end for Bowsed, and Mecha is going to have a Captive Sun as Misfits. Owu is now over on the Sigma. They're going to match it 1 for 1, so this Captive Sun has a better chance of finding some value with no bubbles to cleanse it.
No bubbles to cleanse it. On that Sigma, maybe Mecha can find some value with that ult. Sivart goes down. That's a huge loss for Bowsed. Pulse Bomb stuck onto Tommy. That's a huge loss. Mecha with the Captive Sun, but Bugha's gone. Can anyone touch the cart? It is just barely touched. and that'll be a cleanup with the Bastion and the Sigma. Overtime Wick will burn, and 113 meters is about as good as you could have asked for Baus, considering how that first point went.
Okay, so I mentioned during that push that where they were at when they were at that first corner, there's no chance that they're going to be able to hold defensively. I think that final push gives them an opportunity to force a map 3. Point B is a big sticking point on Blizzard World. It is not an easy point to cap and get finished through. So I think that gives Baust an opportunity. If they finally got some momentum, they're finally off that diva. I think they got some big chances on forcing Misfits against the wall to a map number 3.
It has to be on the defense, and they're still on the diva. No, Baused. We talked about this. I thought we were free, but Velvet is going to keep on the diva. You have to admire the dedication. You have to admire Velvet sticking to their guns and saying, no, we're going to play this diva. We believe in it. And if they believe in it, we'll have to see if their belief is properly placed, because they have to hold either this first point or the second, or it is all over for them.
And to me, it's so strange because they're playing May Bash and Lucio Bap. That's exactly the meta for Sigma, and they were just playing Sigma on that attack. So it's very perplexing why they go back to the diva, especially with the swaps they've made, as Havoc is going to burn all his cooldowns trying to get some pressure, but is thwarted in that plan.
Oh, Velvet gets CMX'd immediately, and Sosa goes down trying to protect them. That's an immediate first fight loss, and there's going to be almost 5 minutes on the clock for Misfits to push through the streets phase.
Yeah, that is absolutely disastrous for Baus. That is worst case scenario, and now it just makes it so hard. Just under
nearly
6 minutes for Baus to try and keep their hopes alive in Misfits, trying to move on to the next round and keep their hopes alive for a remarkable lower bracket run. As we see Havoc being sneaky, they don't know he's there.
No, they don't, but that fight's going on so far away from where Havoc is that maybe it's an advantage for Baus to push in while the Reaper is off in no man's land, but they have to keep their head on a swivel, as you can see Bugha doing right now. Early window, and Havoc going in behind is going to get pooped away. Really good from Velvet to keep away this Reaper, but they're still not really picking up any of the kills they'd want. Heckin nearly going down, and Baus, they just can't heal. They've lost Bugha, and they're just lost. They're just lost, Ray.
Yeah, that Ant Matrix bought them the space. They're able to find the kills, and it's just a tough situation for Baus to be in. As we see Savard on the Bastion, Sosa on the Tracer. Sosa has done so well on the Tracer, all things considered, given the limitations, but I just don't think it's going to be enough, as Havoc got saved by the bubble.
Oh, ate the grab! The Death Blossom does nothing! They need this beat to keep them alive, but they might not even actually need it! Pulse Bomb thrown in, Sosa can't find a single pick. Mecha keeps the beat as the payload starts to touch that golden box of victory. A few meters remain, but Baus have stayed alive remarkably well through this. They need some more heroics. They need the bomb to go in deep, and it only hits that pylon, but Herlef goes down regardless. Sivart on the Bastion, picking up 2 and keeping Baus in the tournament.
As this is a good situation for Baus to be in. Misfits only going to have a captive son, and that's the one thing Velvet is going to be able to mitigate heavily, is once that captive son goes active, you just got to get in the face of Tommy and eat that captive son, and you're coming up on 2 other ultimates. So 3.5 minutes left on the clock. If you're Misfits, you just want to slow play this, build up to your ultimates, and win this. You're very close.
Yeah, the captive son thrown out. I don't think it gets eaten, and Sivart's gonna go down. That's a big loss. The window needs to find something big for Baus, otherwise it could be all over. for this team. It could be their hopes dashed on the rocks. Window from Daki putting out the damage. Velvet's gonna get demeched, gonna get taken out. Sosa as well. And it will be the end of Team Vows. They will be dropping out of the tournament, and Misfits will fit into the next round. They barely keep themselves up, but they'll push right through.
As the one trick team stays alive, the Reaper, Bastion, Baps. It is amazing to see a team who's just gotten so good at playing together with these compositions. And I like within it being able to swap around. I like the Zarya for more brawly types of maps where you can get that charge up and really melt people. But it's also great with the Sigma, because Sigma pairs very well with Bastion. And like I mentioned at the top of the series, the Reaper's kind of just like a discount Mei. I mean, sure, Mei's probably more ideal, but the Reaper can work very well still.
That it can, and what an incredible few matches of Overwatch we've had, but we still got more action for you. We've still got a few more games, I believe, in fact, 2 more games, if I can count up to that high of a number. We've got 2 more games, and we've got some new faces coming in for me, so really thank you for tuning in and watching. And I hope to see you all later. So don't you go anywhere. I'll be leaving, but you should be staying. We'll be right back with more Overwatch action here with the MB Reflash Refresh. We'll see you in just a moment. Goodbye.
Prepare yourself for Overwatch Refresh, a 32-team tournament where players battle their way for a double elimination bracket to be crowned as champions. Teams will have 2 lives, meaning 2 chances to make it to the grand final and earn your share of the €500 prize pool. Are you ready?
Yeah, win or go home for both of these teams once again as we enter round 5 of the losers bracket. We have Munches versus Domino Gambit, as both teams have a lot of talent on their teams as they are trying to make it to the losers round 6 and hopefully punch their ticket after today into the losers finals for tomorrow. I think given that the meta that we're in and the fact that we're in EU, I do think a lot of brawl is on the table, whether it's Orisa, Junker Queen, Reinhardt, Sigma. I think a lot of those compositions are on the table. We've seen a lot of Bastion and a lot of Mei. We saw some Reaper last series, so I think it's going to be a whole lot of that today. Yeah, and keep in mind, once again, this will be a 1st to 2. So these teams getting off to a fast and early start is going to be a huge deal and a big momentum shift. In the blink of an eye, you could be going home. So you cannot afford to make mistakes on this first map, which will be a control map. Could not agree with you more, as we are still waiting to get that first map pick in from the teams, as again we've seen a lot of, I mean, last series was Nepal, but I think especially if you're wanting to play a lot of brawl, I think Lijiang Tower is always going to be that first map that comes to mind for a lot of those teams. So hopefully we're going to get that soon. We can see, I think this could dictate what we're thinking for these teams, as you know, for example, if they picked Ilios, I'd expect a lot more dive versus we go Lijiang Tower, and it's probably gonna be more brawl.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. You got those tight corridors. Everything is really so close together in those kind of maps that, especially in EU, you want to get in each other's faces, and you want to do it as quickly as possible and take that point and get that percentage ticking up. You know, one of these players, outsider, looks like to be a JQ main. Wondering if they're going to stick with that throughout the series. Very good in those rush compositions.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see, but for the side of Munches, their tank player put Hog as their hero. So we'll see if that's actually going to feign true, or if that's a little bit of like a troll, a little bit messing with us in the team sheet. But would be very interesting if they did bring it to Ilias because they want to play Roadhog on well.
Hey, that's definitely a good point. If you want to play to your strengths and you love that hog, then there's definitely maps that could work out on. And there's definitely support compositions you can play. There's definitely DPS compositions you can play. A lot of teams, instead of trying to force a meta, they like to run around what their players can play best, especially when you're not quite at that tier 1 level. And even at the tier 1 level, we definitely see a lot of teams just stick to what they're good at. But you want to stick to your best heroes sometimes, and you can definitely see teams pull this one out. Maybe a Kiriko with a hog so you can count on that Ana. There's a ton of things you can pull out in a match like this.
Yeah, I said this at the top of last series with K-Wing that, yes, I think EU is very synonymous for its brawl, but over time, I think it's also become extremely synonymous with just finding a composition you're extremely good at and one-tricking it. Thinking about the London Spitfire, they one-trick that Reinhardt brawl composition. The Contenders teams, they love to go craziness with the Wrecking Ball. And then even like Twisted Minds, one of the best EMEA teams, they love to play that Pharah. They love to play a lot of off-the-wall compositions. So I think that's just highlighted in the EU. So I think we could see a lot of that today.
Yeah, definitely. We see that a lot. We saw that in some World Cup matches. Again, it's all about getting creative on maps, really throwing off your opponent. And it's been such a long day as well. Maybe these teams are starting to figure each other out. They see the scoreboards, they see what the other teams might be running. Maybe they get some intel from other teams as well. You never know who's friends in tournaments like these. So you gotta keep it going, get creative, and get these matches started. And Ilios will be our first map, Ray. I mean, do you think it's because of that hog pick?
It could be. I'm like raising the eyebrow just ever so slightly, like Ilios. Maybe. I'm not sure who got to pick it, but it is definitely a possibility, which I would be all for. I was actually watching some college Overwatch the other day, and team pulled out Roadhog on well, and it worked out so well. So, I mean, no pun intended. As we'll be getting into Ilias very shortly. I mean, a lot of these maps are extremely varying. I think, Ruins, very synonymous for playing a very brawl-centric composition. I feel like when you get into Lighthouse, it can be very open. It can be very divey. And then Well is just chaos. I just call it the chaos map.
I mean, I can't agree with you more. We'll see. We're going to start on Ruins here. And hey, that could cause ruin for this hog team or whatever they choose to run for.
It's all right, folks. You get the cringy jokes from both of us, so gear up for it. As Munches, they are gonna have Legendary on the Roadhog. Let's go! I am excited, and for Domingo Gambit, it's no surprise they're playing exactly what the meta is right now: Sigma, May, Bash, and Baptiste Lucio. So, no tricks, no equivocal out of them. But as I say that, Munchies have changed their mind. They're going to go to the meta, except they're going to play an Orisa instead of that Sigma. So they cannot allow Outsider to have this space. They need to get in the face of Outsider and look to unleash all that damage.
Yeah, it's going to be real neck and neck here. Just hovering around this mega health pack here is who can create a little more control first. And that first Maywall goes down. And that Orisa, a little bit in trouble, has to use the gold to get out of there, but forces the Batiste Immortality field a little bit early. But two Elims already come through. And Domino Gambit has to back off here a little bit, as now it's just a Sigma standing on point. And a quick cap here for Munches.
As that Javelin Spear we saw out of Legendary, it didn't get that kill off the edge, but it got Sadig out of the fight. Sag, I'm sorry. Sadig. It is Sag, I'm right. Sadig. As it got them out of the fight long enough to not be able to help confirm those kills. And because of that, you force out the Sigma cooldowns, and Munches are able to get the picks because of that.
Yeah, recontest early here with the flank angle from that Bastion. Doesn't get quite booped down, but Immortality Field out yet again early, and that's an advantage here for Munches. They know they have a little bit of more protection on their side. The Tiago goes a little low, but a Maywall there, and a window early as well is here. Ultimate's being used, and another clean up, quick fight here for Munches as that percentage keeps ticking higher and higher, Ray.
As the one thing you got to be very positive about if you are Gambit is you were able to force out 2 ultimates out of Munches. So you know you're not going to have to deal with those as you have been stockpiling an arsenal of your own. So you have a chance here to be able to really flip this point since you're going to have the ult advantage coming against the next fight. There's got to be careful. One combination that's been striking fear amongst teams is this Terra Surge being able to combo with the Artillery Strike.
Artillery Strike does come out first here from Tiago, so not comboing there, and a great wall there. Satan's already caught out. Darrell finds the Elam. Immortality Field cannot go through Maywalls, believe it or not, and Munches in full control of Ilios right now. And they're just going to keep going. Chef, maybe a little too far there.
Yeah, Chef, a little too big for your britches there as you're going to have to get sent back to spawn, and that's actually pretty bad for Munches because that sound barrier was going to be online to provide that sustain as how the Terror Surge comes out.
But a great Maywall to get Legendi caught out. And finally, ultimates used and a flip going through, but not until there's 95% and counting here on the point. So it's one fight territory for Munches to take this back over. But Gambit, a lot of ultimates in their bank.
As we zoom in on Gambit, they have 3 ultimates to be able to use here. This Blizzard is the key. However, Chef gonna have that sound barrier. They have to force it out, but Sadig's already down.
Maybe thought they could get away without using the Cryo Freeze. Oh, but Satan takes down Tiago, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. 1 DPS each, but which one is more impactful as Outsider, outside of the fight, manages to find an Elam, but that Blizzard is still gonna come through. Legendi finds the Sphere onto Ignites, and taking back control of the point with that Amplification Matrix is the row and Munches. They flip it over in overtime, sticking away. Outsider can't touch again. It's going to be a Hail Mary Blizzard coming into the point. Somehow contesting for on top of that wall is Sadig, but finally taken out. And a decisive round 1 there for Munches to go up here on Ilios.
Yeah, Legendi on the Orisa. I mean, you have so much sustain. You have that Javelin spin. You have that Fortify. You have the Baptiste to pump heals into you, and you have an Immortality Field. It makes being able to chunk down Legendi that much harder. As we now move into Lighthouse, Munches taking the approach of we have to go to Lighthouse, both teams actually. We're going to have to play some semblance of a dive. For Gambit, they are going over to the Doomfist with the Kiriko Lucio. So fast-paced, Satan is just going to be able to hold the high ground and look for picks, while Munches, they're going back over to that classic comp we've always seen on Lighthouse where you play Winston with an Echo plus like a Tracer. So it's going to be all on Legende, Tiagolini, and Sind being able to sync up and dive onto these targets.
Yeah, first dive comes through in that Winston, shaken back quite quickly. It's just damage coming through on that top. Satan kind of the heart of this comp. Need to find those picks on the Ashe for Gambit here. But the dives are coming through. A good anti-nade. Lunatic going so low, manages to find safety, but Satan's the first one to fall anyway. A trade there back as Cynet goes down. First cap, unsure who's going to, is now both tanks contesting on the point, and Legendi going so low, has to get back to their Ana just to stay alive. Tiago also going low, no recall available, and Outsider gets another crucial pick here in the fight. No dive partner here for the Winston, and first flip goes over. Outsider with a charge up pump, might be able to clean up the rest of this fight. No, Lunatic goes in a little too far, Ray, and now it looks so even yet again, so back and forth.
Yeah, they chase a little bit too far for those picks, and they get punished because of that. And now Munches are able to reflip this point, and you're going to have a nano boost from Daro to throw on to Legende.
Yeah, exactly. Legende playing really safe through all the damage that they took, never lost their life, which was crucial to flipping it back that far. And now with that nano boost on live, they can go even deeper, get that primal rage, get that nano boost, and live forever while this fight goes on. High ground taken. It's going to be the Nano who's actually on Cyanid here on the Echo. Goes right for Satan in the back. Take out your number one problem. Or not. Or copy them. And then get taken out yet again. Unlucky play there from Cyanid as they can't find a pick with the Nano Boost and the copy. And now with the Kitsune Rush, we see the side of Gambit going in. They feel like they have an advantage, and they do. Satan takes out one in the Tracer battle. No picks from either of those on that side. The Primal Range on the point, trying to stall it out as much as possible. Bob coming in with that sound barrier. That's a chunked up Bob on the point. Just dealing in damage, but a good bubble to block him out as Lunatic gets a boop off the side. And now Sad Egg finds two. And finally, it looks like through all those ultimates, through all those abilities, Gambit takes over the point here.
Expensive fight for Gambit. That was 4 ultimates that they threw into that fight. So Tiagolini going to be able to come into this next fight having a pulse bomb online, which is the only ultimate across both teams. So that's the player to keep an eye on coming to this next fight. They can set Munches up for a quick, easy recap if they get a big pulse bomb.
Exactly. Gonna force the point first. Maybe try to pulse bomb someone who tries to connect. It's gonna be a Tracer v Tracer here as Sad Egg drops through that health back. But Outsider wants to go in on the back line. Point almost slips through, and then finally does. Just too much pressure in that back line, and the Tracer of Sad Egg can't control long enough. Recontest coming back in, and Satan finds another pick onto Cyanid. That Ash is taking care of that Echo in the sky. Legendi trying so hard to stay alive, manages to get healed all the way back up to full, and Doro now has that Nano Boost, goes on to the Brigida. What a good target. It's going to be the Meteor Strike coming through in the back for Outsider. Can't find the pick, but Sad Egg finds one, and now it's yet another trade. Outsider still alive on the point, somehow still has at least half a bar of health, but the point, it's so back and forth. It's only Outsider finding picks here for Munches. The flip goes through here for Domino Gambit. Is it enough? A great pulse and blink recall melee. 92%. There's going to have to be a desperate touch here for Gambit.
You're going to have your Lucio Kiriko, who will be able to touch in the end as Legende is coming back, has a Primal Rage. This is looking all put over for Gambit as the rally now comes out to sustain.
It's going to be the Primal Rage trying to get Outsider off the map, and it does. That's a tank gone. And this is do or die here for Ilios. Legende gets 3 with the Primal Rage, controls the point. Bob, a miracle last minute touch with a little bit of that sound barrier. Lunatic has to touch back in as Chef gets taken down by the Bob, but the Bob's not touching anymore. That overtime wick has burned away. Munches take Ilios.
And they just looked clean and clinical throughout the entirety of both those maps. I mean, that second one on Lighthouse, they had to sweat just a little bit, but not too much. As once they swapped over to the Tracer Genji, it was much over for Domingo Gambit. As I mean, they played well. As what a great boot from Lunatic on the rallying Brig. But you're now in a position. If you are Munches, you're now on match point. Being able to get to a swift, quick map 1 win brings a lot of positive momentum your way and puts the backs immediately against the wall for Gambit.
Yeah, it's definitely a do or die situation here for Domino Gambit. You have to, you get that map 1 knowledge, and you have to assess right now in this short little break, what can you do to counter their compositions. You seemed a little bit stronger on those dive comps. Is that something you want to stick to going into this next map? Maybe you want to play more of a divey map, play to your strengths, or do you feel like you understood their brawl well enough that you can actually match them and figure out exactly what they're doing?
I feel like both teams, they have played, dive on Lighthouse, and then they played more Brawl on Ruins. So I think it's not super obvious where we're going to go. Just by default, since we're going to hybrid, I always expect King's Row as a caster, the amount of times I've casted it. But last year's we went to Blizzard World, but that was a team that was more focused on playing Diva. So that made a little bit more sense. So where do these teams elect to go? Both of them, I mean, if you were Munches, you were extremely strong. That was your most dominating map, was Ruins, where you played that Orisa. Mm-hmm. The question is, do Gambit want to try and pull that game? And they're taking us to Eichenwald, where I think the ability to play dive is on the table.
Yeah, definitely. That second point, it's really hard to play a rush composition once you get through that first point. But that first point as well, yeah, you can play maybe a pokey split comp. You can play a rush comp. Sigma's really good. There's so many things you can pull out in Eichenwald. It's got three very distinct points that a lot of compositions can work on. So I'm excited to see what these teams bring out, see how much they've scrimmed, what kind of different compositions they've perfected on Eichenwald. And it's a fun map too. I mean, I feel like Eichenwald's a fan favorite. It's a little bit different from what we normally see in most cases. So it's fun to get a nice little refresher in the Overwatch refresh here. A new map, a fun map, nothing wrong with that. Do you think we'll see anything different come out from Munches?
I think the Sigma, especially defensively, is a situation where we could start to see that, where you want to keep your distance. You can just throw a lot of spam down that choke and down that corridor. So I think that is where we could start to see that. I think Orisa is still always going to be on the table. She has, especially on the attack, if you're trying to deal with an enemy Sigma, she has enough just bulkiness and sustain to get through that choke without being able to get focused down so quickly. So I think those will be the two main takes. If we get to second point, that's where you could start to see maybe a Winston, maybe a Diva, where controlling high grounds of the utmost importance.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And we saw Legendi on the Orisa there a little bit during Ilios. No, it's definitely a hero they can play, and they did it very proficiently. And hey, it's Orisa, but there's a lot of small things. Staying alive takes a lot of work. You know, working with your team, getting that speed boost at the right time. It's a very team-oriented play style when you're playing Orisa in these compositions. So we could definitely see that coming out. Or perhaps we could see the Hog. I'm just praying. Don't pick Hog in my ranks games, but go ahead and pick Hog when I'm casting you, because it's a little more fun to talk about when you hit a big hook. And Eichenwald, maybe a map you can pull it out. Maybe not, because it might not be the meta. But Ray, it's always fun to see. On the side of Gambit, I mean, we definitely saw a lot of strong things from them. It was a close 2-0 on Ilios. Anything special you might want to be seeing from Gambit here?
I think for Gambit, it's just going. I mean, sometimes it feels like they were just separated too. But I think back to where Tagliolini was able to just put pressure on the point and flip it for basically free.
Yep.
You got to be more aware of stuff like that if you're Gambit and they're playing a lot more split. They just got to play more together, as they will pull out this Sigma. No surprises here on this defense for Munches. They played the Orisa previously on Ruins, but like I mentioned, on this map where you keep your distance, you can throw those hyperspheres down the choke. It's going to be a big deal. As so we're gonna have Tagliolini going over to that Bastion, and Sind will be on the Mei. So a lot of damage you're going to have to try and counter out if you are Gambit. So it looks like they are also going to play a Sigma of their own the attack. So it's just going to be full mirrors across the board.
Of course.
For Gambit, they're just going to have to make sure that they either have to use cooldowns to get in and try and be patient, or they have to look for a pick before they can push in.
Yeah, definitely looking at Satan here, who's a shining star on Ilios, on that Ashe, doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of picks. Tank configuration already comes out, but blocked off by a wall of their own team. And now just getting onto point quickly. That speed boost. What a wall in. Oh, and Shadow, who's just subbed in, taking a lot of damage there. Immortality Field manages to keep them alive, but there's just not enough sustain. They can't tuck her down on that point. As abilities coming in, and another great wall coming, which forces the cryo freeze from Sadig, already taken out that fight. Now Sadig getting forced down and taken out by the Lucio of all characters, and 2 down. Shadow first as well. The great hold there from Munches.
As that's already highlighting the defensive positioning, how strong it is for Munches. It's tough for Gambit, even with Lucio, to try and get in and make things happen, as Satan was trying to take a nice angle through that door to try and unleash that turret configuration for him, but Munches was all over it, and they were able to avoid it just in time. And while you're away from your team, from the Bastion, they're able to capitalize and find those kills. As they're coming in, we're going to get a dueling Ant Matrices in this combo, but Sign has the Blizzard, and Sadig doesn't.
Yeah, Blizzard comes out early here, and the Beat gonna, just for a little bit of reassurance there, come in from Chef. A lot of ultimates used there by Munches, but when you still have that Flux and that Bastional online, you kind of feel good about it. You wasted both of those support ultimates from Gambit. It's kind of, I wouldn't say free, but a lot easier to get those ultimates having value on that defensive side for Munches.
But Sadig will have this Blizzard coming in this fight, and you had to burn both of your support ultimates. So Sadig could easily give Gambit this point with a great Blizzard.
And there's 2 picks already. Save your ultimates if you're a Gambit here. You take a dry fight there. Those 2 ultimates burned by Munches to take a little bit more time off the clock. And don't look now, but we're already at 1:45 left for this attack for Gambit. It's going to be a struggle here to put together something in these last few minutes.
But because you slow played it, just let Munches use all their ultimates and didn't use any, you pretty much guarantee this next fight. You have 3 ultimates coming in here while Munches have absolutely 0. There's no excuse for you not to push in and win this fight.
Configuration tank comes out, both walls expended as well, and there's a Blizzard going down. Let's see if anyone gets caught in it. Not really, as Tiago already gets 1 on Ignites, and that's not a great start for the fight for Gambit, as they're already down 2 now. They're using ults, but not finding picks. Finally, they get 1 on the tank, but is it going to be enough? They have to group up quickly and get in if they want that pick to have value. It's going to be a close one with under a minute remaining, right?
And in a blink of the eye, Munches snatched the momentum back in their favor, completely avoiding the Blizzard, and there was the artillery strike. As now they're making some full-on swaps. Satan going over to the Sojourn and Sadig going over to the Pharmacy. So the only hit scan available to Munches is Daro. So it is going to be tough times trying to take down Sadig on this Pharmacy combination.
They're just going to come in early. The Flux comes out as well. Still no picks as Satan's taken down first. You don't want your Sojourn to be the first one taken down. You don't want to lose anyone at all. With 20 seconds remaining, another pick comes through. And it's a wall. It's going to be seemingly a full hold unless some sort of miracle can come out here. A desperate window as well from Ignites. Anyone has to touch here at all. You might have to give your life up for it. Sadig going to be the absolute last chance, but Tiago takes him down. Maybe before overtime can expire, the ball comes in shredded by the Bastion and a beat. Just because, why not? Another fluff and a clinical defense here from Munches. Absolutely no sweat. And they're facing match point.
As Legende was absolutely ridiculous on that Sigma. We saw them use the Flux in that second to last fight, and in the midst of that final fight was able to build another Flux. That is insane to do that in a single fight. As now it is looking all but bleak for Gambit. This is their last opportunity. It doesn't even matter. Even if they manage to full hold here, it's a draws. They don't even have an opportunity to tie the series. So backs couldn't be further against the wall. As Munches, all they got to do is get a single tick on this point, and they're moving on to round 6 of the losers bracket.
It's do or die, of course, here for Gambit. It's got to be absolute perfection like we saw from Munches. It might have to be better than what Munches did, which is a tall task. You can't lose a single person on this point. One Elim could be the deciding factor here for Gambit. And we know they have it in them. We know they have that teamwork in them. It's going to be exciting to see if they can put it together here. And this is it. I mean, a long day of Overwatch, and now your back's up against the wall. You have to go that extra mile here. You have to find it within you. And Munches sticking on that Sigma comp here. Tiago on the Bastion.
As we see Satan going to stick to the Sojourn this time around. So your Munches got to be very careful of those rail shots. But they're just going to push in, and they get separated by the May wall. Very good from Sadig.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what you need. Give yourself an early advantage. But Cyanide finds the pick. And is it going to be enough? Chef finds another response there. You need to take an early fight. You need to build ultimates a lot faster than the enemy team. And Shadow going a little far there. Manages to find the rock on Daro. Doesn't lose their life. And you just got to keep building this ultimate advantage like you see now. Daro a little bit ahead of Ignite. But look at Satan already close to those rails, which is going to be huge in the middle of a fight with that extra damage. If it's a messy fight, if it's a clean fight, having that ultimate's huge.
Yeah, that's a great start for Gambit. Couldn't have asked for a better one. As if you're Munches, that also puts in that, in the back of your head, you can't get too aggressive or you're going to get Maywall. Perfectly done. Unfortunately, Legende is able to get out from the top.
Yeah, almost an assist there from Sadig, putting them back on top of that bridge. Immortality Field using Chef taken down, and this is exactly what we need from Satan. We need them to take over the lobby on this Sojourn. You know this character has carry potential, and you need them to figure it out. Ooh, Shadow goes low, but then just stay alive. Only one pick there. Sadig might be able to get back to this fight in time. And now Ultimate's coming online for both of these teams.
2.5 minutes left on the clock. Gambit is so far completing the quest. Can they keep the momentum going as they have ultimates now looming as Satan could shut down this fight with a big overclock as the Blizzard is the one that's going to come out for signed.
The Immortality Field, and Chef a little too far in, tries to get that boop out of the Immortality Field, but goes down. And now the rail's coming out here from Satan, gets one, gets two, and with the Blizzard as well. That's all she wrote for this fight. Another great fight there. Do you feel like there's a little bit of an overcommitment with ultimates? They use 3.
Yeah, you traded 3 ultimates just for Science Blizzard, so that's not great if you're Gambit, who still need to hold for just under 2 more minutes. Shadow and Lunatic have to come through. They're probably going to have to win these fights trying to commit only a single ult in each of these fights. As Munches have been slow playing this, they're going to be able to come in with a lot of looming ults.
It's an early flux here on the oppositional Sigma, and doesn't get the Immortality Field because they landed on the bridge. The Ant Matrix goes out, and Sadig also falls there. One tick is so close, but Cynet taken out before it can come through. It's going to be the Artillery Strike. Can it find a pick? It cannot. And Tiago has to back off here. All of Munches have to back off. Another lost fight. And with a minute remaining, they're in the same position Gambit was. A low ultimate bank. And they're grasping at straws.
I think the one thing you have going for you if you're Munches, you should be able to get this sound barrier forced out with your incoming flux. You'll have a sound barrier of your own, and Signed is the key here. If you can build up to a Blizzard, I think they can win this with just the Blizzard, if they can get it.
Yeah, it's going to be an early beat here, and a response from Chef. And now there's a little bit of an advantage for the Munches here. A rock comes through. Legende going so low. The Immortality Field forced out, but Satan is the first one to fall. Of all people, another Immortality Field. Diego takes that one out quickly. Both tanks fall, but the numbers are in the advantage of Munches here. And after an uphill battle, Munches take the map and take the series.
Shoutouts to Gambit, man. They were so close to forcing a map 3 with a draw. That would have been amazing to get 2 full holds coming out from both of those teams. But alas, Munches are able to come up in the clutch, find the goods, push through, and make it happen, as they will be the ones now moving on to losers round 6. They will have one more game to play and win to give themselves an opportunity to make it to day 2.
Yeah, they're in the home stretch. It's the bottom of the 9th. You know, World Series going right now. We've got to make a baseball joke. It's the bottom of the 9th here for Munches in that series, in that losers round. It's going to be great to see if Munches can pull it out. And we got one more match today as well on this losers bracket. It's been a great day so far of Overwatch. Ray, any thoughts from you?
I mean, great from all of these teams today. Love seeing some great EU, EMEA, Overwatch. That's going to be it for me today. Ryan will still be in on the next call, as Jace will be coming in to do the color. So welcome him with some open arms as we go to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Overwatch Refresh, presented by Monkey Bubble Reflash. I'm Ryan. I'm here joined by Jace for the first time today. Jace, welcome in. We're in the last match of the day. It's been a good one. What are you looking for? What are you looking out for?
Well, I mean, this is a really important high stakes, right? It's losers round 6. So the immediate thing that jumps out to me is that it's do or die, Ryan. Timeless EU, Misfits, neither of these teams can afford to get beat. And I mean, you can't really afford to get beat anyway. It seems like a very blanket statement, but if you were to pick a time to lose, this would not be it. I believe Misfits have just come off a game, so potentially looking to ride a little bit of a hot streak and blitz through the lower bracket. How many times have we seen that in Overwatch tournament history?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they looked good in the recent game that we saw on stream as well. But their opponent, Timeless EU, Timeless is a big name in the Overwatch contenders scene. And this EU chapter isn't anything to scoff at. They got good players. Look at those rosters right now. I mean, some names stick out to you that you've seen. Gucci, Damon, definitely names that you recognize on that DPS lineup. They're looking good. And they've made it this far into the tournament. Don't count them out for making it to that day 2.
Yeah,
but the same thing here with Misfits as well.
Yeah, I'll actually admit as well, real quick, Sucrax is someone that I don't think it's been around for long. And Sucrax, if you have, I apologize, because in some of the stuff that I've been seeing around high tier 3 almost, if you want to give it a bracket, but with the whole, you know what, Overwatch esports, the less we say the better. But nonetheless, point is, Sucrax has started to pop up sort of on my own individual radar, and I just look at this player and I'm like, man, this dude is good at flex support. And guys, it's the most broken role in the game at the moment. Flex support is absolutely busted. Baptiste, Elari, Kiriko, and Anna if you're in your ranked games as well. But in this 5v5 environment, these Baptiste players completely dictate the whole tempo of the lobby, Ryan. Absolutely run it. And Sucrax has been doing just that. I've been really impressed with him so far. Let's see what the Misfits flex support has got in mind for us, because I believe it's this not dollar. Okay, I'm trolling. Never mind. But either way, these flex supports, big task on them to try and level with Sucrax. Because if not, as I said, flex support's too broken in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, you're in good shape if your best player is your flex support player right now. If you're another metas, if your best player was your DPS player, you're in good hands. If your best player was your tank player, you're in great hands. But right now, it comes down to the flex supports. And we saw recently with Misfits, they kind of like playing that dual flex support lineup with the Yari and the Baptiste, which can make a huge impact in these games, especially on a map like Ilios, which is going to be our first of this series.
Yeah.
If you're taking those angles while also keeping up your team, doing a lot of damage, it's all there with these flex supports right now. You can really handle a game just by controlling it with that back line, especially like we saw two matches ago with the side of Misfits and Timeless EU, who have those big names, Redux and Sucrax. Anything? Do you just expect the rushes to come out here?
I actually don't. I actually expect Bapalari as much as possible, particularly for Misfits, because as I've said, you're essentially just playing 2 more DPS. I've not been that privy to the meta as we're getting into almost like a post-Bastion shift, particularly at the higher levels. In the lower levels, it's all just Bastion, because that hero just completely runs lobbies. But these spam comms that we're seeing with Sigma, with Orisa still, potentially with Zarya and D.Va, like we saw from the last game as well, with Bapalari, you're effectively playing 2 DPS, as I said, and that means that your actual DPS, they can just kind of force cooldowns, particularly in the Bastion mirror, Ryan. One thing I'm noticing is that the Bastion sinks so many cooldowns, but he basically, if you think of the enemy team as a wall, he takes so many bricks out of it that you just need to keep pushing after your turret form expires. And what 2 better supports, what 2 better heroes in the game to do that right now than what Doki and Tommy are playing here on the Bapalari. This Misfits comp, I think, is great for this point. Might be the best combination of 5 heroes in the game. Let's see them cook.
Yeah, definitely seems like the 5 strongest. As Havoc goes over to the Reaper, which is going to stop that Doomfist dive a little bit, slow him down as the high ground's taken by both these teams. And already, Erikek is in, and Uwu goes so low there on the bottom. And the nice anti-nade, and the dive, clinical right now as Gucci finds that final blow with the beam. And so much damage coming in from this dive. It's almost like Misfits weren't even ready for it. They didn't even consider that Doomfist dive might be coming out.
No, the Bastion just kind of walked out on their own, and Ducky and Tommy are nowhere to be seen. There's no support being able to be given. Of course, very primary DPS focused supports they are, they want to look to use left click, do damage, create pressure. But they've got to heal primarily, and when they get isolated like that, Gucci, it's just too big already for the Echo.
Yeah, percentage already ticking up here. Gucci just having it their way right now, having it Gucci. As another dive comes in, and then it's still unsuccessful. Desmond can just kind of control up here, doesn't have to worry about a tank diving them. DPS really picking at him. There's so much control had here by this dive against this like pokey kind of rush comp that we see coming out. Another focus beam, can't find the Elim there. Gucci has to retreat to that health pack. Eric charged up, but misses the punch, and now going terribly low in a 1v2 off to the side, but a great anti-nade comes through. Whoa. What a perfect play by Sucrex. You boosted them up pre-match, and they're following through. Another fight won here for Timeless EU.
Yeah, I mean, if you need another example why Flex supports the most broken role in the game, there you go. One cooldown, one nade from Sucrex, completely swings that 1v2 and turns it into a 2-for-0 trade, and they just win the fight from there. Misfits, I said, playing the best backline. Bapalari, so broken. Well, they're playing Reaper, and Havoc has just not been able to do anything so far, because what can this Reaper do against Timeless EU? Dawn that Anna Break, yeah, good luck in esports. Erikek, nowhere near this Reaper, and both of these DPS are just going to be able to space the Reaper so well. I think Havoc is really struggling to get value right now.
Finally, a pick comes through. Erikek going down there as Juchi low as well, but the Bob comes in and Owu is taken out. It's going to be the captive sum out from Tommy to try to control this fight with 75% on the board here for Timeless EU. You need to win this. Tommy gets one but immediately traded out, but Tommy finds a second post-mortem as Desmond will be taken down. Finally, it seems like this point is going to be capped over here to Misfits, but it's a costly fight. You use that captive sun, which is an important ult, and Timeless EU have a few chances to retake.
They do. It's actually not bad though, because the Nano and the Doomfist both go in that fight for Timeless EU, and now, as I said, that Reaper, I think, really struggling to just get onto point, but now that they're able to stage forward, now they can potentially take fights on the objective, because Timeless need and want to go to it. So of course they don't have the cap. It's a bit better for the Reaper, and when the Reaper is able to operate more effectively, it's just going to free up space for Herlif. And with Flux goes in, there we go, have a get to pick, just like I was talking about.
Point does flip over for the time being here. Erikek finds that back cap, but that's a good dry fight there as well for Timeless EU. Don't waste any ultimates when you know you have that disadvantage, and hey, you get that point cap. Now you're at 99.
Getting the flip is actually quite important here, I think, Ryan, because Timeless EU, as I said, it's just one fight. They've effectively denied 10-11% off Misfits board. And you'd say eventually they run out of ultimates. They kind of shouldn't from this spot, because they've got 3. Let's see if Herlif manages to connect with the artillery strike. This Anna could be dead.
Stays alive, luckily, for the side of Timeless EU as they start their approach here. And this comp just seems too fast right now for Misfits. Now that dive coming in, any picks had from Erikek? No, as Havoc controls the low ground. They know they have to walk in, and Desmond gets a pick on Tommy, but immediately we get that response. It's going to be the solo ult on Desmond there in the back line. A nice copy comes through as well here from Gucci. They want to win this fight now. They want to win the map, but it's not coming through. A wasted ult there, some might say. And on the objective is Erikek taken down, and now Gucci's lost in the back. It's not looking good now for Timeless EU.
No, this is a great rock from Uwu. The copy onto the Echo, I think, was absolutely great. They managed to force Herlif off the high ground, but Uwu just hits that accretion on the 180. Nice little flick from the Sigma. And the Sigma has been quiet so far, and that's kind of what happens in this comp. But now we're at 90% on board. You needed your tank to come up big. That was the one time they were called upon and delivered. They did. Misfits, Bone Dry and Ultimate, but Timeless EU not exactly close to anything right now themselves. They are going to get Nano, they are going to get Bob though.
Tommy wins the 1v1 against Gucci, and not enough touches there from Timeless EU as Misfits take round 1. After being down 99%, it's almost incredible that Misfits did that.
Well, it was... I think the whole momentum of the map shifted once, essentially, the Reaper got to play the video game. As I said, you can't really go point against the Timeless comp because you can get spammed out and dealt with. They weren't looking to pressure the point, potentially they could have done, but then you're just missing out in the fight. But once Misfits did not have to worry about the objective, once it was on Timeless to be able to actually touch it and do anything with it, contest it, then the Reaper got so much space. How many flanks did we see Havoc get? I think they got basically all their final blows, all of their kills, once the point had gone over. And as I said, Timeless EU's comp, they have to change something up because that Doomfist was not getting enough value. I think it's a great answer into the Sigma and the Bastion, Ryan, but ultimately the Doomfist was kind of isolated by themselves. The Ashe and the Echo not able to put the poke down to topple the Bastion over, and well, you can't give Bastion 2 transforms in this meta, because otherwise he's just going to win the fight on his own.
Yeah, that's that damage coming out from Tommy on the Ayari. Just finds that headshot. Gucci didn't think they needed to cryo there. Taken out early, and that's a huge advantage early in this fight. Misfits controlling the map right now, however. Just so much damage coming through. And look at this rotation as well. They're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place.
Oh.
As Havoc also goes down here. Misfits can't really afford that right now. And now it's more of an even fight, which is so much healing. It doesn't seem like anyone from Misfits is going down anytime soon. And it's Erikek going down. Just so much damage, and the sustain is just incredible. Tommy and Daki just can provide so much healing.
A great window from Sucrax.
That's
That
the
was
break
nuts.
point you're looking for.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
The damage comes through.
that great window from Sucrax, by the way. Misfits, I think, were actually winning that fight. They had the numbers over. Red X was not quite able to speed their team in, but once that window is popped, as I said, the second transform of the Bastion from Damon, and Misfits were just snuffed out like a cheap matchstick. They were completely extinguished in that fight. 100-0, so quick. And now it's going to be really difficult for them to rotate in. They do have Flux Bastion as a combo, so that might be something that they rip for. Only the lamp available from Doki on the Baptiste, no speed to be able to cat away with it. Tommy's in a 1v1, but Gucci falls first.
Interesting positioning there from Gucci as the pause comes through.
Okay.
Perhaps that makes a little sense, but you see the power of that timeless EU comp there, as you know, you kind of just wait for that amp matrix to go up, and then it's all in. You have the Mei shooting behind it, you have the Bastion shooting behind it, you have more of that poke damage in a situation like that because Havoc's on the Reaper. Havoc has to find some sort of alternative angle, and if he's not there, you kind of have a fight win with your amp matrix advantage. And you're also banking on Tommy to find headshots, and if you're not finding the picks with the ERE, it's going to be tough.
As I said, I'm going to sort of just keep hammering on to this point. If you needed another example of why flex support in this meta is completely broken, amplification matrix. To be fair, I think everyone knows that amp matrix has been broken. Like, at whatever point you joined Overwatch, if you joined after Baptiste, you're like, yeah, this ability is pretty busted. But that we're getting a quick unpause. But Sucrax's window completely changes the course of that fight. Misfits got to respond, and looks like they're going with a flux.
Yeah, they have this advantage. They're going in, and it's going to be the Captain's son. But a good immortality field comes out, but not enough to save Dutchman as Sucrax goes down as well. And a good ult storm there, a good combination of ults to finally get through that defense. And hey, it's not a 99% cap this time. It's going to be a little bit closer here.
Once again, look for Havoc to try and pop off and really get more value than they did from this position, but you needed something to come out from Misfits. This Bastion, because you don't have Lucio, it's hard to speed on him. You can't really play the push and pull that you'd actually do with the transforms that you get from that Omnic turret, but you just need something to happen, and Tommy does it. Yet again, they deliver over the top with the captive son, and that Bastion, well, they just get completely fried, and it's the best pick you could imagine.
That's an early immortality field, so the Flux is going to go right into that Blizzard. One taken down, and sometimes all you need to do is take down that main tank as Erikek finds that final blow, and that flip comes through. And that's not what you wanted from Misfits, really. You didn't want to lose that fight so quickly. Your backs are up against the wall yet again. You're looking at one, maybe 1.5 more fights coming through once you can finally group up.
Timeless are getting so much more value out of the Lucio than they did on the Brig last round. The Brig was kind of passive, a little bit AFK, but now they're playing with tempo. They're really pushing the pace. Havoc, though.
The Blossom in the backline, though. Havoc finds two, and that's exactly what you needed. Every single time, Misfits seem like something's not going their way. They find exactly what they need to pull out a fight win. And surviving on Ilios yet again. Can they again push back here with their backs up against the wall like they did on Lighthouse? They don't really. It's a tough position.
It is. It's a very tough position. That's what I was about to get into. It's really rough for Misfits here because you're kind of down on ultimates. The Captive Son will be coming up, and I think Tommy, yet again, all eyes are on that Iliari. It kind of needs to be the pick onto Damien or Erikek, essentially. But Havoc on the flank in the neutral, Sucrax is just completely one-tapped.
And that's where that comp is strong, as you've been saying. They had to walk right into Havoc there. They forced their way into that side room, and now Havoc's still alive. Captain Sun comes out. Tommy can't find any final blows with it. Again, maybe just buys a little bit of time. That artillery strike comes out. No final blows from that one either. It's going to be a close one. Daki goes low, and now with 90% on the board, it's going to be the Blizzard, but Frozen during the floods. Owu taken down, and the beat comes in, and Timeless have yet another advantage. No ultimates online here for Misfits to try to fight this one back. Immortality Fields here just keep everyone alive, and Erikek is the gatekeeper of this point, taken out, and we're going to a third round here on Ilios.
Oh, really well played from Timeless there, though. The Blizzard onto the Sigma effectively locks him up, and it is the one bane of Sigma's existence in this meta is that Mei. We've seen it be operated by the likes of Backbone so excellently in the Overwatch League. It almost single-handedly gates Sigma, I think, at a very top level. In the meantime, like, Erikek and Uwu have so many cooldowns on the Sig to throw at a Bastion or to defend against and set up their own. But if they just get blizzarded, particularly, they're immobile, particularly without a speed boost. Uwu can't go anywhere. They have to anchor the point. And they're just blizzarded. The flux cannot be able to be used to escape. A bit scuffed English there, I apologise. But nonetheless, Misfits have clearly identified that problem that, hey, we can't play Sig as much as we want to, because otherwise Gucci is just going to run on us and completely disable what our tank is trying to do. And the number one goal of the tank grind in this meta, hold space. Create cooldowns, force cooldowns out to free up your DPS on your backline. So Uwu makes the smart swap over to the Orisa, and Havoc is already cooking on an angle. I like this.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want from your Reaper. Get in early, do some damage, disrupt for some cooldowns, and get out. Exactly what Havoc just does there. Control those off angles, make them scared of what might be behind them. You control the other angles with Tommy and that Bastion. And back in goes Havoc against that Bastion and find the health pack. And it's so back and forth. It's going to be a 1v1 versus a Lucio. Who comes out here? No one. They decide to cut their losses and go back to their teams. Just so many angles. It's a grouped up attack versus a very split attack here. It's Havoc again going for this, but first flip goes over here to Timeless, but Sukrik is the first to fall, so maybe this won't last very long. Another pick comes through. Without that BAP healing, you're a little out for the count. You can't really sustain like the way Daki is with their chunk. And that flip comes through. A great pick there to take out that BAP early.
To the lesser trained eye, and to honestly most people, I think it looks like Havoc doesn't get the most value there. They're kind of just sort of delaying time, but that's exactly what they need to do, because Doki gets the window up, they swing window first, and they completely obliterate Timeless because of it. The Reaper does a great job at stalling every single time. They're dropping on a flank to pressure out the Bastion. This Reaper's getting so much value. Once again, it's about allowing the Bastion to just carry the lobby when their wheel form is up.
Window comes out there, but a successful kite. So a nice pull, but Daki falls, and that's not looking good. You wanted to at least sustain a little bit longer there, as it looks like a reset is coming through here for Misfits. A great play there. Take control of that point. Usually after that window, you just want to sustain, hold slowly there. Play a little slow if you're the side of Misfits, but a little caught out there is Daki. And now look at Gucci here hiding. This is going to be an early fight with 4 ultimates online for Timeless.
I think we saw how important the Reaper was there. The fact they weren't able to get the early flank and force cooldowns early. Timeless just walk in and win for free. Tommy, though, looking to get a second already.
That's going to be that Blizzard going down, and Earl can't stay alive, even with all that healing on the other side. A great rock there. Havoc has to Wraith out, and it's 1 down for each of these teams. But so much space is being controlled here by Timeless. Tommy somehow finds an off angle here, but going low and has to back out to the rest of their team. Havoc's trying to stay alive, so close to that Death Blossom, and it's going to be the Orisa ultimate coming out from Owu, just trying to stay alive. Just so many abilities coming out. Another Immortality Field. It's Redux trying to stay alive in the back and trying to find Tommy, and finally does, but Havoc finds 2 with the Death Blossom in the back line. Yet again, it's this Reaper finding the angle.
No way, Havoc.
Unexpected. Are they going to be able to do it? Manages to get out with their life, and Redux going so low, can't stay alive. Gucci finds another pick, and it's a 2v1 on the point here. Gucci can't do it all alone, and the flip comes through from Misfits.
Honestly, Ryan, I'm taking notes here right now from Havoc's Reaper gameplay. Like, I'm a Reaper player myself, right? But the amount of value he's able to get, there is so much chaos going on, so many cooldowns being flung left, right, and center. Everyone focusing on these Bastions, tunneling on these Bastions, let's use the right word. And Havoc just pops up in the backline. Death Blossom onto Doki, Death Blossom onto Herlif. Once that Omnic and once that Baptiste are gone. I mean, who else is going to carry the fight if your Bapt and Bastion are eliminated and sent back to the spawn? I know the answer. It's no one.
Exactly, just playing such a patient game, and Tommy finds one already, and there's Havoc on the flank. Immortality Field's already down. Oh, that artillery strike is gonna do some damage. Flip goes through, but it doesn't look like Misfits cares so much right now. And again, it's that patient Reaper going in at the right times. It's forcing the cooldowns on the side of Misfits, and they're taking control of Ilios right now. And this Orisa pick has been good. Manages to stay alive a lot longer on the points, playing this pokey comp.
Yeah.
One fight to rule them all here, Jace.
It absolutely is one fight to rule them all. And let's see if they're willing to throw themselves into Mount Doom to do it. Pearl of Dive, that's not good for Misfits.
Not enough cooldowns. It's going to be the window coming out from Daki, and Tommy finds one on Redux. And that's a great advantage. Can the follow-up come through on this Captive Sun? It doesn't. But Erikek is taken down. That spear so deadly in the middle of that point. Ooh, can't escape the artillery strike in Gucci.
Havoc, surely not.
Can Havoc do it again? No, Redux finds the final blow. It's going to be no cryo freeze available, but the Blizzard's there. But taken out is Herluf. Frozen up is Herluf. And now it's just an Iari and a Lucio. Is it going to be enough? So much sustain here. The Iari can do a lot of damage, but Daki is the one taken out first. It's going to be the Doomfist back on the point. And again, not enough damage. If there's nothing here for the side of Misfits. And Timeless come out on top on Ilios.
Really well played. Unwell. To be fair, spending a lot of mental energy talking about how Misfits were able to play around this Reaper because it's unusual. Not something you commonly see, particularly a sort of, not quite a weird playstyle, but something very untraditional and lesser spotted, that's for sure. But Timeless EU, I mean, let's look at the state of the game as the map ends, Ryan. Like, they were able to effectively almost lose quickly, but be able to stall out the fights that they had the point so well that they just needed one overtime flip. The spawns came in perfectly for them. It was a great pick from Uru onto Erikek. That Sigma fell early in the fight, but they did not panic. The Doomfist came out on the respawn, and the Mei ult on the Bastion from Herluf was also the final nail in the coffin as well. The main pillar that fell down for Misfits in that final fight was the fact that the Bastion dies early. Why? Because once the Bastion dies early, your team can put more energy and more focus onto that Reaper, which means you're more wary of him in your backline, on the off angle, shooting at your Baptiste, trying to do your main tank, all of the silly stuff that Reaper can get away with when you have to look at that Omnic in wheel form. Once they're gone, I mean, just look at the guy with two big shotguns like Sutrax didn't do here, and it's a fight win.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a lot of good push and pull, which is a big dynamic in Overwatch competitive these days, where maybe you get down a little early in the fight, they use an ultimate. So you just take your time, you play a little patient, you back out, cut your losses, maybe give up the point, you can give a few percentage, and then you can go back in at full strength while you have an advantage with your ultimates. And that's what Timeless did so well during that match. And every time they were at a disadvantage, they knew how to play it so well that they would be at a better advantage later on in the fight, in the match. And you got to give a lot of credit to Misfits here as well, keeping it close, winning a map. It was so well played by both of these teams, but Timeless found that edge at the end of it, found that slight advantage by taking those cooldowns and using them to their advantage, and using misplayed cooldowns by the Misfits. What a great first map. And if we see at least one or two more maps like that in this match, I'm excited, Jace.
Yeah. I believe it's a best of three, right?
It is a best of three.
Yes, it is a best of three. I read the sheet and I was like, wait a minute, I immediately forgot, so my bad prod. But nonetheless, it's not quite a hypothesis and it's not quite an observation. It's somewhere in the middle. I feel like just the way that Misfits were playing in the fight that they were winning, Ryan. Let's see if I'm correct or if I'm just completely waffling. Let's see if I know what I'm talking about. It just felt like the Misfits comp was looking to almost take a bit more individually 1v1s. They were looking to duel a bit more. And sort of in these small tight spaces, they were looking to really split up and split apart to allow their Bastion to run and gun someone individually, to allow their Reaper to flank, to ultimately get value. Because when you're playing Baptistari, you're playing poke, you're looking to go for these fights 1-for-1 individually. And it really is just about these individual duels. But for Timeless, it almost like they weren't really having any of it. They were able to maneuver around the map so well. And the fights that they were winning were almost completely dictated by the Sigma cooldowns being layered one over the other, and then into that Bastion form. But both DPS from Timeless, I think, doing such a good job of essentially just kind of not egoing the backline of Misfits, and that might seem like something simple to do, but
Yeah.
as I said, flight support's most broken in this meta. Everyone knows that. So
Of course.
go something to try and kill them. You want to try and get them out of their lobby as fast as possible, and that can sometimes lead you to overforce. So great restraint and control from Timeless, really understanding when they can go in, when they cannot.
Yeah, I think you hit the points there. The point of that Misfits comp is to draw attention away and capitalize when someone isn't looking at you. You know, Havoc goes in the back. You expect 1 or 2 people to turn around and force them out, and maybe your front line can go in then and take advantage of that split attention. But Timeless, again, showed so much restraint that it didn't really work on them as well as it might work on some other teams. And that shows you the kind of veteran experience on this Timeless team. You know they've been playing for a long time. Maybe not playing together for a long time. Seems like this roster is fairly new together, but they've been playing competitive Overwatch at a high level for a long time. So they know how to combat these kind of comps that are doing their best to get you all confused, get some people looking at the R, get some people looking at the Bastion. But they stick together, they focus the same targets, they help each other out when it matters most. And as good as Misfits comp is, it's not good enough to get through that wall, which is Timeless. We can see what they'll do here on Eichenwald, which will be our next map.
And I think it is going to... I think it'll benefit Misfits, because ultimately they're looking for... I don't want to say that they're looking for longer range sight lines, because that doesn't mean as well for Havoc on the Reaper, but he could also just not play Reaper. And then that means that you can play Batalari, and I think Batalari is great on Eichenwald.
Yeah.
You get access to that high ground. You know, there's been, let's say, notoriously full holds on second point Eichenwald, and it's something that I've had rarely heard say. You know, Ryan, castles are historically really hard to push and take over. You know, it's almost like they were built to like not be invaded and completely formed. So
What a great
potentially think about that as we go to second. Of course, the geometry is nowhere near as bad as Hanamura second. Any Overwatch 1 veterans had the absolute disdain of trying to push that second point dojo. You deserve endless amounts of therapy for the pain you had to suffer, and I sincerely apologise on behalf of whoever designed that map, because my god, not a day goes by where I'm so glad that Hanamura is no longer competitively viable. But onto the comps. It basically mirrors Redex on the Lucia once again, means that Timeless have control of tempo. Once their wheels form goes down, they are out, and they should be out. But Misfits, they're just going to keep pushing. As I said, that is what their comp wants to do. Just keep knocking at the door until eventually Herlif pops into that turret form and completely blitzes it wide open.
Yeah, Havoc already on that flank. And look for Havoc and Tommy to take wide flanks here to find angles. It's already Owu goes low. And Havoc in the back line forces some attention away, but Wraith form already triggered there. So back out of the fight they go. And a Mei in the back line. Watch out behind you, Owu. You got a full team swarming on you. Are you going to be able to stay alive? But they decide to look somewhere else. They look at the Bastion of Herlif, and they're taken out already. The Immortality Field quite not reaching that Bastion. And a great defense. You got to be aware of these flanks from Havoc and from Tommy. And there's Havoc yet again on a flank. Sneaks through, gets the health pack. But 5 players looking at him. It's a tough situation here for Havoc. The timing has to be perfect.
Absolutely. And it was great timing and great focus from Timeless to just go after the Bastion. They saw Uwu there ward off, and they're like, okay, Sigma ward off. That means the rest of your team gets punished. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, Sukrak's window, there you go. Daemon completely blitzes through it. Look at the assists from the Baptiste. That's why this comp is meta. Just one window swing from Sukrak's, Ryan, and all of them fall down. Misfits, though, have got their own window. Captive Sun over the top will be great. Havoc is on a flank of all time. What can they get with it? They're looking for Lamp, and I think they're looking for Cryo as well, but Sukrak has spotted them out early.
Yeah,
Redex
great
ruling.
scouting there. That's exactly what you need. And then that Lucio comes in to save the day as well. It's almost like spy checking against a Sombra. Oh, and a great shield there comes out from Erikek. Blocks the Captive Sun. The flux in the back. Hits Herlif again. Herlif just can't survive. Always the first one out here in these fights. Should be their artillery strike just to clean up a few of those cooldowns as well. And Timeless are looking perfect so far. It's almost like Misfits are walking in to what Timeless wants them to walk into.
They're getting a little bit baited right now. Tommy's Captive Sun was You know what? Yeah, forced. It was really rushed. They could have waited. They had ultimates coming up. And speaking of, it was going to pop the flux. Should just be on the sig. Let's see. Oh, he gets more.
Be the B coming out here. The sound barrier good. And Hurloff down again. Desmond finds so much damage. And a desperate Death Blossom maybe. Sukrix goes down. But that's not exactly what you wanted from holding on to that ult for so long. Erikek going down. It's going to be Tommy with the headshot. Erikek so low. Finally taken out. And now it's a 1v2 on the point. I don't know if Tommy's going to be enough here on the Alari. Very good at those 1v1s. But 2v1s, not quite the strong suit.
He can be the best 1v1 Alari player in the game. If you peek that Bastion when he's in turret form, it's straight back to the spawn room you go. Herleth manages to force window at least. Yeah, big. Big force.
Eva coming out as well from Ulu. Interesting composition. And just, they've been staggered here. It's such a slow push that now you have full reinforcements coming down. It's going to be the Captive Sun. Gets one, but no follow-up. Yet again, can't find that extra 90 damage to explode it. And Havoc taken down early on the flank. Ulu can't survive. Doesn't have any defense matrix to stay alive. And it's all for naught. Those elims don't even find a tick in this fight, Jace. What a perfectly played recontest by Timeless to keep a foot on that point. Wow.
Damon has been the final nail in the coffin for Misfits here, but the one that has driven it 95, 99% through the heart of Misfits, it's been Gucci. This May is going to look to get another Blizzard as well.
Right into the back line. Frozen up. Is there anyone even able to touch? They do take overtime. Someone was there, but two already down. Havoc's the next one to go. And no more touches. A full hold on Eichenwald for Timeless. And it's match point.
Yep. And the big thing I think you can take away from this is how much your comp can struggle when your Bapalari aren't able to have high ground advantage, when they're not able to get in the neutral fight. First map, Ilios, Tommy's able to go to high grounds, get angles, and look to poke with their team and essentially be like a third or fourth DPS, if you count the Baptiste in there as well. But the Alari, I'll be honest, did not do anything. Their ultimate straight into the shield of Uwu, and whilst the healing numbers are good for the Alari, you're taking it for that offensive pressure. The sound barrier was so well timed, blocked basically two ultimates, and technically the third, because if you remember, if we can't quite get a replay, but it might be shown potentially after the map. Havoc was on the flank where our defenders are coming into spawn now. They were in that little room on the side. They were looking for that Death Blossom. The body language was absolutely there. But they had sound barrier. The lamp was gone, but the sound barrier was still active, which means Havoc is not able to pop that Death Blossom because they're vulnerable. They're just going to get turned and burned by all the members of Timeless. And in the end, the Reaper flank was spotted out, it was called, and it was delayed to the point where when Havoc did manage to go for it, when they had to go for it, when it was do or die, they couldn't get any value out of it, and they were completely shut down. So, I mean, perfectly timed sound barrier from Red X, Timeless, demonstrating how to shut down this Bapalari comp, and it's simply just squash them before they can set up angles, before they can put the poke to knock you over.
A creative teleport coming through there from the Symmetra, and already Erikek set up on the point. Havoc's going to go to try and find an off angle to the back. Didn't think they needed it. No!
P9. Okay. Well, Timeless EU, that's a rotation of all time. Onto the TP, they just walked to point. Even if they managed to contest there, that fight's just lost, by the way. Just the minute that Arista dies, it has to step off point. Timeless just get the full cap. What a great rotation. It's a shame that we can't see that again, because I'm not quite sure where the Sim TP landed, but they found themselves just flooding onto the objective. Misfits didn't have the Lucio to rotate. They weren't ready. And that was the same thing. They were looking to try and set up poke, looking to force cooldowns, and Timeless just said, No, we're going to the point. We do not care. We do not care. And there you go. That was 10 seconds on the attack, and Timeless take the 2-0. Man, what an end to Misfits' tournament run. Full held and then defeated on their defense run in literally sub 20 seconds. Timeless, man. Wow. What a statement.
It is crazy as it was for Timeless to be even in this bottom bracket. You know they're going to be fighting tomorrow to get back to those finals, to the losers finals, to the winners finals, to take the whole tournament. They look perfect right now. Some might say just completely dismantling Misfits comp. And credit goes to Misfit. I like that comp. I think it's creative. I think it's fun. But Timeless had all the answers. Read them like a book.
Yeah.
Jace,
absolutely.
do you have anything else to add for that match?
Not really. That second point was, I mean, I was stunned as well by it. Like, great hold from Timeless on the defense, though. The Mei was so good from Gucci. That's exactly what you want from your Mei in that meta. To wall their turret form, to just slow them down. They don't have the Lucio amp speed, right? And they need the speed to get around the wall. Otherwise, they're just spending the whole time. They're spending the precious seconds they have in Bastion turret form mowing down a wall. And when you're shooting wall, you're not shooting the Sigma to force his cooldowns, or you're not shooting anyone else who might just die. And it completely shuts down a major portion of the window. It gives your time to kite out as well. Because you have the Lucio! Timeless can just run away after the wall goes down. Like, coming to the realization there ever so slowly. But that's why that comp is meta. Timeless played meta on Iconvolt to a T. They executed perfectly. And, they're going to be scary as we get into the lower bracket and the conclusion of the Reflash. I've forgotten the name. I'm so bad. Sorry,
Reflash.
guys. Yeah, there we go. But
Timeless takes on Strawberry Stranglers tomorrow in the loser semifinal, I should say. We got bangers of matches coming up tomorrow on day 2. That's it for day 1 from me, from Ryan. You'll see Jace tomorrow in some of those games. Got 4 teams left, 4 juggernauts, some might say.
100%.
Some great cores, some great teams, some great players. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow in the Twitch chat. Jace, anything else before we sign off here for day 1?
No, not too much. Day 1 was a banger. Shout out to all the teams. Getting streamed is always nice. Remember that ultimately these tournaments are often a showcase for talent, even teams that go out. You look at some of the players for the Misfits roster and you think, listen, they might just be the missing piece that I need for my team looking to make the next step in that tier 3 open division push to try break into tier 2, etc. It's always happened. You always see players in OD and then you see them in contenders a couple of months later and you're like, okay, where did these players come from? These kind of games. Exactly. These kind of games. But no, that's it for us. I've got to hop out of here. Thank you so much for the cast, Ryan. Did a good job. And that's it for us. See you guys tomorrow, I believe 2 p.m. Central European time start. But don't quote me on that because that might be our call time. All right, Ryan, I'll let you do the outro and let's get out of here.
All right, thank you all for joining us. If this is your first time here, make sure you follow because, again, we got games tomorrow. Thanks for having us. Thanks for watching.
Ciao.
Have a great night.